Okay. And wait, our ad's actually over. Yes. Okay, and might I say, Doki. Let us get started. OBS. OBS, you feeling like it? Come on, Game Makers, right here. You can capture it. I believe in you. There we go. Right, welcome, everybody. This is your 3 times weekly Swiss weather report. The weather is honestly terrible. It funkin' rainy. It is super rainy. And it's cold and I don't like it. Fortunately, I don't gotta go outside. So it is, regardless, a wonderful day. Because we get to make Hit Idol. Woo! So, what shall we do today? Last week we got started on the end of the story, as I shall briefly demonstrate. But fascinating, cool things have happened since then. And the cool things that have happened are not 1, not 2, but 3. In fact, not even 3, but 4 people. 4 people have played my demo and given me feedback in the week that followed, of which I have compiled feedback. Obviously, I'm not gonna take all of it at face value. By the way, here we see our ending of the story. I've slightly reworded this article such that the layout is slightly better. I really like this layout actually. Writers and talking about how text lays out, isn't it perfect? So, what we have achieved here so far is we have implemented our dialogue scheduler, which builds up a specific dialogue per idol for whether or not they finished a specific conversation and whether or not they became a star. This is going to be used in order to build the in order to build this very cutscene that we are watching now with placeholder text. Hopefully that much is obvious. It also occurs to me, yeah, the voice clips are kinda loud, aren't they? But what has... well, this feedback. I've compiled the feedbacks. Naturally, I'm not taking all of it at face value because, while all of the people involved are very clever and some of them are game designers in their own right, the adage goes: players are great at finding problems and bad at solving them. Because the solving them, that's your job as a game designer. Because you have the impartial view, you know what you want the game to be, and you know all that the game is. Right, this is where it stops for now, and that's how I'm going to leave it for the moment, because here is our list of feedbacks, and all of this stuff is stuff that I would really like to have done before the Steam Next Fest kicks off properly. Which is, strictly speaking, it is in the second week of June. Practically speaking, it is in the last week of May. because yeah, the next quest is one thing, absolutely, but the day that you should really be paying attention to is the last week of May, when press start getting access 2 weeks early. And well, I don't want to sound too callous, but as important as it is to appeal to individual players, the success of your game is going to be greatly helped if you can impress a journalist and then have them recommend you to their audience. But it's not like this is an either or, it just means I need to be faster on getting all this stuff done. So, to that effect, let us get started right away by changing one single constant. Create settings, recreate settings, here it is. Because voice volume is a tad loud, I'll turn it down by default. Yeah, that's really all there is to it. Let's give it a listen. If we reset this, it's going to reset into full screen, obviously. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the 0.7 actually is probably the good place. Yeah. I've done my best to balance this, and certainly there's going to have to be an ultimate audio balancing pass. But I am noting that voices are generally a bit too loud, so this isn't going to save players who already have the demo, who already have a settings file, but it is going to be helpful to new players. Right. So, what shall we do? In what order shall we approach these? Well, I've roughly prioritized these in order of in order of priority. So let's think. Am I going to just grab the topmost thing? Obviously not. How about this? Making jokers show above average responses in line rehearsal, which is... let's dive in. In line rehearsal, you are offered a question and 4 different responses, one from each of your band members, or a helper if your band doesn't have 4 members, but don't worry about that. So, you have offered 4 responses, and you need to decide amongst the answers which is the most idol-like. In order to help you, you also have 3 jokers, which, when you activate one of them, it will highlight the responses for the current question in blue or red, depending on whether a response is good or bad. Currently, also there's a bunch of that code here. This is the one we want to look at. My favorite response, Joker. Currently, it just No? That's weird. Currently, it just compares to a medium score, which has the side effect since each response has a score from 1 to 8. Specifically, each question has 8 responses that are all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. This for each. We set the comparison score like so. So, every response that is 1, 2, 3, or 4 will be red. Every response that is 5, 6, 7, or 8 will be blue. That works, and that is my design intent, to tell you which responses are actually good, rather than just which ones are the best out of the lot. But I have noted, watching people play and from what they've told me, well, naturally, if you roll 1, 2, 3, and 4 as your responses, as is entirely possible, then all responses will be red. Likewise, all responses could be blue, or you could get 3 and 1. And that's not terribly helpful. It does tell you that, well, there's not much that you can do wrong, but I still like it to be a little more expressive. Meaning, what we want to do here, we want to simply change this for probably the average score, because let's have a think. In the most distinct case, where we have 1, 2, 3, and 8 as our responses, this will lead us to a total score of 14. 14 by 4 is 3.5. Which means in this sequence, if we go with the average, this will accurately tell us that only the 8 response is actually any good, all the rest are garbage. Now, we could build a truth table here. Yes, most certainly could build a truth table here. This would be... Sorry, brace for Windows noise, as I have to plug in my headset because I left it on overnight, and while it has a sleep mode, it still wastes battery. I could now make this table for every single permutation of numbers between 1 and 8. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Don't think I'm gonna. Though, let's think, if this is 7 instead, then that drops the average by 1/4, because each individual response has a weight of 1/4, so dropping it by 1 reduces the average by 1/4, so the score is 13, and 13 by 4 is 3.25. Also known as 13 is 12 plus 1, divide both by 4, that gives us 3 and 1/4. Likewise, we can have 6, which would be an even 12, which would be an even 3. At that point, something fun would happen. Something that we need to be aware of. Which is... the comparison score would be exactly equal to one of the response scores, which wouldn't break anything, but well, I wouldn't like what comes out, because I've coded this here. Update response comparison score, yes. Okay, Maker, if you agree that this is a function, then how about let's see it. Ba -ba -ba -ba. Yep. Basically, it is going to highlight the response with the equal score. And it's going to show that one in yellow, which is okay, but we don't actually want that. You'll agree? But here it is. Determine highlight color. If comparison score is set, well, we compare, and depending on whether the comparison score is greater, less than, or equal to our response score, you need to read this. This is 1 if response score is greater, 0 if it's equal, -1 if it's lesser. We set it to blue, yellow, or red. Naturally, I mean, we can do whatever we want here. We can make this a fall through, like so, and say, well, if it's average, it's probably good. And there we are. Problem averted. Also, the break statements are completely unnecessary. The function will return before then. So, having nipped this problem in the bud, I would like to have a look. Is there a function in this? No, that's somewhere else. I do have a very convenient function which tells me the average score of a question, but I believe that lives not here. It lives in the requirements. Boo. Well, that's difficult to access. Well, anyway. So, with us having now prepared that, we can go and we can say, well, what's the average score? And we're just gonna re-implement that as much as it hurts. Find, no, determine average score. Which doesn't need to take any arguments, because at that point that this function is invoked, the answers array is what we are looking at. Now, ooh, Game Maker, you're actually figuring it out. Oh, that's clever. Sorry, I'm just completely used to Game Maker being worse than useless, but oh, look, because I am setting the answers array as GameMaker intends, it is able to tell me this is going to be an array of object answer choices. Perfect. What does that mean? What functions do I have available there? I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty simple. We can simply say No, it's not gonna be super easy. Of course not. Well, we can get response, and response is going to be a data structure object, as is right here in line rehearsal response. And this can tell us the response score. Okay. Right. Answers length is array length answers. So all that we need to do, we need to do the usual for loop thing, iterate over the amount of answers that there are, keep track of, well, there would be some different ways to go about this, but every road leads to Rome, so I'm gonna go with the simple way. Set up. Total score is 0 for each one. Total score is added with answers I get response score. Yes? Yes, get response gives us the response object, sorry, the response constructor. Man, that is one game maker term that I will never get used to. And then this has a method called getResponseScore. I've gotten into the habit of, one moment. Got a little bit of the radio voice going on. Bit sore. I wasn't feeling great the past few days, but it's better now. Maybe it has simply moved into my throat. Anyway. Yes, I've gotten into the habit of copy-pasting method names. Well, it's not like GameMaker will suggest to me what the method names are. GameMaker doesn't even know. It prevents typos. Sometimes copy-pasting names actually helps GameMaker recognize that this is a function. Does it mean GameMaker will recognize what it returns? No, but it helps. It at least helps with the highlighting. So, return total score by answers length, which is always 4, but we may as well look at the number of answers that there are. And determine it that way. So, then we simply stuff this in here, determine our average score, and then everything else will work perfectly well the way that it is. I say that with confidence, perhaps misplaced confidence. Vote on your devices now. Will this work? Will this crash? Will it work but wrong? Or will it not work at all? But will it be stable? Well, 3, 2, 1. It's loading. If we click a joker. Excellent. So, in most cases now, if we pull up our handy dandy spreadsheet, we are already seeing a change, because I am quite certain that Crimson's response here, covering songs, is a good way to get started as a band, which is true, by the way. No, actually, this is a 4. So even under the old system, this would have been red. Let's see. Care to comment on the allegations that idol contests are rigged, in which we have Butterfly with a 5. Yes, this is a 5. Ramson's response is a 1. Elf is the perfect 8. And Queens is a 7. So there is the system working in action, because right here, right there, under the old system, this as a 5, feigning ignorance, this would have been blue. Now it is red, because while it is a good response, it's not nearly as good as the others. Oop. Okay. Well, good job, us. That is one of the things knocked out. Okay, fine. I'll go top to bottom, at least somewhat, instead of picking out whatever I like. Let's do poster artistry reset should be undoable. What this refers to is that in the poster artistry minigame, in which you use all of your assets, which is paper and crayons, to make an advertising poster for the band. Yeah. You use all of his stuff, and I don't remember who they are, but let's do something like this. And then you can draw freehand. You can also undo and redo. And I've made these sound effects quieter. Which is already quite good. You can also toss the entire thing. You can also toss the entire thing, but people then suddenly get a bunch of regrets. That is, they get regrets and they want to undo their delete everything. Sure. I guess. Hiya. I said, hiya. Sure, why not, I suppose. I mean, the icon is a garbage can. You knew that when you clicked on it. Tweet. The icon is a garbage can, but I suppose, yes, just because there's a delete everything doesn't mean that you can't undo that. This is going to be a little interesting, I'm gonna say, because how this is technically implemented is that there is a list of undo points you can go back and forwards between. This lives in, I believe, the room handler for poster artistry. Yes, it's called restore points. So, there's a list of restore points that you can go between. But the full reset is implemented as simply going to the first restore point and tossing everything afterwards. Of course, We could go lazy on this. We could simply remove it, pruning all later restore points, though that would in itself require some special logic, so I'm not a huge fan of it. Alternatively, what we are going to do is, when you reset, like so, right here, instead of simply going back to the first restore point, beautiful though that is, no, what we are going to do instead is we are going to create a new restore point, which is a copy of the first one. We're gonna insert that. Basically, instead of going all the way back in the history, we're adding a new point in the history, which is your starting point. Because of how players think. Certainly, looking at this now, it absolutely would work. In fact, I would simply need to comment out this line, and everything would be Gucci. Now, we can fully reset the paper, but still restore what we had. However, there's a problem with that. If I show this off, we can draw some beautiful things, like so. If we reset, we can still redo everything that we've made. But it's not exactly intuitive that after you undo and suddenly get some regrets, that the undo button is now disabled, but the redo button isn't, and the redo button is what you're supposed to use. That's not perfectly intuitive. As such, in order to make undoing work, that you can undo the reset, we're going to go with what we proposed, which is take the first restore point, conveniently, the first restore point always exists, and it is always the starting state. Which may seem obvious, but it actually isn't, because in order to stop this game from consuming endless memory, every time that we create a restore point, we eat a not insignificant amount of memory. I think it's about 4 megabytes. So, well, in practical terms that is insignificant, but if you could create hundreds, if not thousands of restore points, that would eventually crash your computer, and that would be bad. So, in order to prevent that, the store restore point method, instead of just adding to the list, it actually keeps it at a cap of 20. Yes, it keeps it at a configurable cap of 20, which is, I think, plenty enough. So, all that we need to do is we need to figure out our restore point. Yes, and this needs to be a full copy. We can't simply take the first restore point and put it at a second point in the array. We could, but that would mean that it would now be liable to be removed, and therefore it would have its cleanup method called, which would free a bunch of resources that are allocated to that restore point, which is bad, because we still want to use it. We don't want it to ever be cleaned up. Therefore, what are we going to do? Do we check it out? That's an idea. So we could, obviously, probably the cleanest would be just give this a clone method that copies all of its stuff. But I'm wondering, couldn't we just load the first restore point such that the paper and requirements are in the new game state, and then call create restore point, which queries those same components and creates a restore point from their state. That would be super clean. And the reason why I'm being specific about this here is, well, there is a variant on this minigame where the first restore point is actually modified. So I would very much like to use the first restore point as the base instead of fully resetting everything all the time. Okay. No. Well, what are we looking at? Reset paper. Reset restore points. For which? Well, there's a small problem, which is if we check out this first restore point and we now create an additional restore point. Hey, Prosto Cotillo, how's life? I am struggling with myself mostly. I know a super easy way to get this done, but I want to do it nicely. But maybe we don't, yeah? You're hiding in a bush. Oh no! What's this do? This is get current restore point. Okay. Unfortunately, I have made my code so robust and so state-based that I can't hack this. A super easy way to make what I currently want happen would be to set the current restore point without setting the restore point index, such that I can then add an additional restore point at the end. But wait, actually, hang on, I didn't make my code that robust. Yes, I did not. Haha! No, I did. Dang it. Okay, what I'm thinking is I could check out restore point in 0 and then call create restore point, which would basically create a copy of the first restore point. And I've been thinking, okay, well, store restore point just pushes the new restore point into the array. Unfortunately, add restore point here will immediately toss everything before it, so no, that's not an option. So I suppose suppose. Man, but manually cloning all of this is gonna be such effort. I don't wanna. Also, how do you even copy a buffer? I figured there had to be an easy method to copy a buffer, surely. Buffer copy. Hey. Weird. Weird that. Okay, so that is one option. Otherwise, well, the other option is to manually reset every component and then create a restore point, but I'm not feeling that, so I suppose fine. I suppose. Right. So get state here and here. Surely I can just get the size of the buffer, yeah? Not bother. Buffer clone, no. So we want to create a buffer with buffer get size as of the buffer that we currently have. And what else are the arguments that I want to give it? Right, I have abstracted away the stupid arguments that don't matter, because they are stupid and they don't matter, and you always want to set them to buffer, grow, and 1. Funny that. Okay. Clone is a new buffer of the same size as the one that we have. Then we copy all of our data from the source buffer with an offset of 0 with its size, get size of it into the buffer clone and 0, and I'm sorry, I cannot help myself. This is... I don't want to be negative. In this regard, GameMaker is actually pretty good. But I'm just gonna very quickly abstract this, if you don't mind. So take all this code and just toss it in there. Also, GameMaker does not transfer the script's name into the function name. I don't know. But it's an underscore because this is GameMaker, and underscores are how we do. Return the buffer we have just loaned. There we are. Beautiful. Now we have abstracted this, which means we can pretend that it isn't ugly and there's not a ton of arguments that never get used. Buffer, clone, buffer, without underscore. So, next, let's have a look. Next we need to copy the freehand drawings and the hazard state. For the hazard state, this is super easy. I have already made this abstraction because, wouldn't you guess it, arrays, like duplicating an array is also just way more complicated than it needs to be. You need to manually create a destination array, which I'm pretty sure can be just an empty array. And then you need to have all of these arguments. That don't matter. I just want an array that is the same as the one that I'm giving, but isn't the same instance. So, methods state is that. And lastly, we need to also duplicate our array of freehand drawings. And we need to make sure that these are all new instances. Yes. Huh? Fortunately, I have already made this function because obviously we already need to do this in order to create a state to begin with. Because if I didn't, if I allowed any reference to the old hash sets, which are, think of them as arrays, as far as it matters, they are just arrays. If I allowed any reference to the old hash sets, then what would happen is the old hash sets would get modified, which means in the state that we have left behind, that state is also changed. That would be bad. That's why we have the deep copy method here, which not only creates ourselves a new array, but also clones every single instance what we've got. So, I am simply going to... What am I gonna do? This method depends on taking both an array and cloning what is inside. And I need it in the drawable paper and in the state. I mean, I could just take this and make this a script asset, and that would be fine enough. As I suppose I shall. So, let's see. Deep copy hash sets. Deep copy hash sets. This isn't the cleanest way of going about it, I'll say. But the alternative is to take the entire function and copy it to somewhere else. And you really want to avoid doing that. Code duplication always comes back to bite you. Essentially, you've got two choices. One, you do it properly, which takes a little bit longer, or two, you do it dirtily, and then it becomes a problem, and then you need to do it properly anyway. You're gonna have to do it properly. Your only choice is whether or not you do it dirtily first. You dirty coder. So, having created this, we can insert this here, deep copy hash sets with freehand drawings. Muddy code, exactly. Bar freehand. No, at this point these bars no longer exist, so it's fine that we are stealing their name. Right? This var here is the same name as the constructor parameter, but the constructor parameter no longer exists by the time this function is executed, so that's fine. And then what we do is we return a new drawable paper state with what we've made. Our buffer clone with our freehand drawings and with our hazard state. And there we are. Okay, that is the drawable paper state cloned. Let's see, the poster artistry requirements state cloning. Oof. Actually, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah. Yeah. There's a bunch of arguments here, but biofuel powered eco-friendly code. You. You're making me feel bad, but not in the way that you expected, because you've just reminded me of the time in Satisfactory when I was still dependent on biofuel generators, which is a period that just takes way too long. Especially it was terrible for me because I didn't read, and therefore, because I had a worse understanding of the game, I had a worse time. Crazy that! It's almost like if you research the game, and by research I mean like look at the things the game tells you. I've been on the wiki, but exclusively to look up basic information if I don't have the game ready, and to look up how much fuel a fuel power generator consumes, because the game could be more direct about that. But load. But yeah, I don't look stuff up in Satisfactory, so for the longest time I was just feeding my leaves and wood into the biofuel generators directly. And leaves have a terrible energy density. Weird, it's almost like they're full of water or something. And they don't burn too well. So I was going through a ton of energy, wasting it, until I set up a crappy little setup to compress whatever biofuel I had into compressed. And that helped things. And these days, of course, I'm on turbo fuel. And I'm working on nuclear, but, well, here's the thing. Yeah. Right now I've just set up cooling systems, and I already have everything that I need for turbo motors. Yes, this is going to end with return new poster artistry. Game Maker, please! I beg you, this function exists, you know, because we are currently inside that constructor. I've set up cooling systems, and I have everything that I need to then turn those cooling systems into two blenders? Two manufacturers, whatever's, two machines of turbo motors, because I have learned to apply the magic of building two of them. This is a joke, but at the same time it's not really. Most of the time, what you want is, if you don't know how much of a certain thing you need, build two of them. One is never going to be enough. So build two of them, and consequently it took a minute, because even though I have plenty of every resource, having just unlocked Mark III miners and having a precious few turbo motors from crash sites, which I had enough for 6 Mark III miners. So I had to very strategically place those. What are we on? So this is a basic array. So we can just array duplicate current amounts. We don't need to concern ourselves with duplicating the numbers because numbers are basic. Yes, what am I talking about? Right, building 2 turbo motors. So that's the game state of the game that I'm currently in. I don't get a ton of free time to play because, you know, this. But. So, with all of that, my entire factory, which is on a global grid because I have built... Yeah. Strategically need a second L, otherwise that's correct. One not big enough, 2 you place strategically. Yay. My entire factory is 1. All of my production is in one giant factory, and the only thing that is outside the factory is gathering resources, which are then brought in by train. Which is easy mode, yes, I know people look down on the main bus design, but it works though. All the time I talk with people about their designs and the issues they're having, and wouldn't you know it, by design my factory can't have the issues that they have. I can't run out of space, I just keep building forward. I can't have issues moving resources. Further, I've got trains. Most of my train stops are within the factory. Well, they are on top of the factory, but they are within the factory area because, well, my factory is so large that I'm using trains to transport resources within the factory. Which is amusing. So just making sure, yes, this is HashSet already has a clone method, which is good. So we can do the same with colors used and member names used. But the point that I wanted to get to is, so I'm setting up turbo motors now, and I'm using a grand total of 10 gigawatts, which I feel isn't a ton. I have to feel like it's probably less than comparable factories for the simple fact that I have a vegan factory. I do not use power shards. Except for a few that I found on the ground. They were already like that when I got there. I don't know what happened. Basically, why would I use power shards on fabricators? On any kind of production machines? I can just build another machine. Yeah, I can just build another machine, and building another machine takes a bit more space, yes, but it costs less total power than overclocking one machine to 200%. And space is the one thing I've got. Okay, and these are just booleans, so I don't even need to bother copying them. Okay, member names used is member names used, colors, sprites. Excellent. Then return a new one with this, sprites used, colors used, member names used, in that order. Used non-member and used wrong band name. There we are. So I'm using 10 gigawatts, and with the setup I have, I've got 14 gigawatts steady. There's a bunch of geysers I haven't bothered to lay claim to. There's another funny thing that I never thought I would do. I've got plenty of power. I don't need more power. So while I haven't bothered to completely rebuild my oil setup, at least not before I can live purely off of nuclear. And even then, I mean, why bother? It's not like anyone cares how much this planet gets polluted. That is the planet 2ABB massage, well, on which Satisfactory takes place. This planet here very much does matter how much it gets polluted, but I've got some refineries making fuel, obviously. I have a beautifully ratioed out oil setup, but I found that now I need significantly more rubber than that produces, and also more plastic, so what I did is I added refineries making both of those, which of course make heavy oil residue. And there are two ways to get rid of that. Well, three technically. You could bottle it and sink it, but that's just using resources to not use resources. Why would you? No, instead, I use some of it on gun food, and the entire rest of it goes into fuel production. And because I can't be bothered setting up more turbo fuel that I don't need, that fuel just goes directly into generators. Because, well, I never thought I'd have this problem, but I literally have to burn off excess fuel in order for it not to clog the system. Yeah. I am suffering from this success, as it were. So return a new restore point with paper state.clone and requirement state.clone. Right? The requirement state can clone. The paper state can also clone. Just make absolutely certain. If I'm wrong, then it's gonna tell me, but drawable paper state. Yes. Yes, you can clone. Okay. Which means we can clone the restore point. Which means in reset paper, we can now go and say, well, instead of this, we can take our first restore point is restore points 0. And add restore points doesn't take any arguments. Yes, it does. This is the one that we want to call, because it takes care of everything. Excellent. So, add restore point with a clone of the first one. Okay. Now, shall we see that in action really fast? Yes. And it's gonna be real fast, because I am about to explode in ways that need not or should not be explained. Okay, poster artistry. Yep. And it crashed. Ah, yes, of course. Right. Yes, I know precisely what we are talking about. Right here, in fact. No? No, that's the event, but the function that we are looking at is object drawable paper. on line 141. So you want to see something cool, you can jump directly to user event with this drop down. What am I trying to make? Excellent question. I should be clear about that. I am trying to make it so that you can undo a reset, which sounds simple enough, and it kind of is, but at the same time, when you reset the paper on poster artistry and you go back to the white paper with no requirements fulfilled, what actually happens is the game goes back to the very first restore point. So what you end up if you click undo until you can't. But hey, do you know this window? This comes up when you press Ctrl G. And with this, I can simply jump to line 141, which is where our issue have arisen. There we are. Just make sure. Perfect. Yes, because people are pressing the garbage can icon, which completely resets everything that you've made, and then they actually get regrets and want to undo the destruction of everything they've ever loved. So if we make something ugly that we don't love, meh, away with it. Wait, no, come back. Ta-da! I could have implemented this in a way that would have made this significantly simpler, but because I've done it in the way that I did, we've had to do all the stuff from just now, where we copy all of the state, because, well, we could have also, of course, we could have also just told every single component, hey, go back to your starting state. But there's also a variant of this minigame where the starting state is modified, and so we would have had to recreate that, and then we're doing the same thing in two different places, and that would have been icky. One notable thing is, if you now press reset, away. Now we are between two empty papers, because this is intended behavior. If you draw, then, well, I can... Right, this, yeah. If I undo this, and then draw something else, then I cannot go back to the one with the triangle, because I've done something else since undoing past that, which is normal behavior. That's how editors work. So that is one knocked off the list. But right now our pre-roll Doom timer has expired. Also, I am very much hankering for the restroom, so I'm gonna pretend that I do this just because it's the top of the hour and not just because I desperately need to pee. It is time for me to take my first midstream break of the morning. Gonna stand up, stretch my legs, maybe eat a little bit of cheese, use the restroom. You guys feel free to do any or all of these things yourselves. I'm gonna roll some ads so that Twitch stops rolling pre-rolls. Don't go too far. In a few minutes we're gonna be back and we are going to continue working on the perfect demo. Hooray! See you in a bit. Okay, let us continue. Welcome back, everybody. I've had a good break. I've done all of the things that I promised. There's somebody in the bushes, lurking. You know who's also in the bushes? Thank you, OBS. The poor little birdies. It is raining a lot. Even the little birds with names reminiscent of the things on a woman's chest are taking shelter because they don't want to be in the rain either. You know, I do wonder sometimes which was named first between the bird and the chest. I almost have to imagine it was the bird and then the other things was named because, well, it's round and it's got a beak on the front. And naming things after animals, that's a very British thing to do. Yeah, you think birds? Yeah. Anyway, I enjoyed watching the little neighborhood birds. I've actually got a tree right outside this window that has a blackout curtain because sunlight is not conducive to streaming. Even saw a video about the blue tit. Amazing. They are pretty lovely birds. Yes. Pretty lovely. They are also huge menaces because it seems that, I mean, I don't indulge in. Ooh. Ah! Why anatomic parts are named after birds? Ah! I see. So you actually know as opposed to me who's simply guessing. But, so I'm not in the habit of feeding birds because, well, there's a lot of green and forest around, and there's enough food for them. If you feed birds, then you introduce scope creep, as it were, because very quickly the birds will come to depend on you, because there's going to be more birds than the natural ecosystem can support. Meaning if you stop feeding them, then you have real birds that exist that are now starving, as opposed to the opposite, where, well, yes, if there's not enough food, then some birds are just going to starve and die, but they're not going to have babies first and make the entire thing much worse, right? So I think it's actually ethical not to feed birds. Also, it appears that, from experience, bird feed is comprised of about 87% sunflower seeds, and of course the little bastards don't want them, because they'd have to pick them open, so they toss them out. So guess what is also comprised of 87% sunflower seeds? My parents' balcony. They actually... Okay. Ecosystems should self-sustain. Yeah. This is actually a cute story. So... Oh no, BRB. Okay, I'll wait. I guess I'll work while they're gone. Prosto. Okay, we have achieved make poster artistry undoable. Make selected drawing size page. Yes. This is also in poster artistry. And this is gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience, etc. In poster artistry, you can also tell this is an American recording, but I grew up in an environment where there were there's birds all the time. Obviously, birds exist, and there used to be more of them in a better time, but city... Okay, how do we put this? With peace and love. If you have lived your life in a giant city, certainly birds also live in the city, but you might not appreciate just how many birds there are out in the sticks, where there is forest and fields to sustain them. You might truly not appreciate that. So that's why a lot of the ambient tracks in Hit Idle are birdsong. Because, very simply, I have made what I know. And what I know is bird noises all of the time, all day, every day. But what we're talking about here is you can select your... Oh, awesome. You can select your drawing size, but there's no actual feedback which one is selected. So what I want to do is I just want to put a little pink rectangle over the one that is selected. Righto. So, anecdote, actually, before we continue, or while we continue, I suppose. Currently, the pink is baked into the sprite. Not the pink is, but the drawing size controls are. But that's easy enough, we just need to set up some sprites and do that. Anecdote. So yeah, my parents insist on bird feeding, which has the obvious downsides, especially if you've got a cat. What do you expect will happen if you put a bird feeder on the balcony, like 1 meter off the ground? Yeah. I'm not quite so drastic that, oh my god, cats eradicate bird ecosystems. Nah, like, studies show most of the birds that cats catch were not long for the world anyway. Because they can fly. Yeah. A domestic cat isn't exactly an apex predator. Well, except for one. Okay, secondary tangent. I had a kitty who's unfortunately no longer with us. One day, she came in with a goddamn magpie in her mouth. Barely even fitted through the cat flap. Yeah? A full-size adult magpie, which wasn't even fully dead. She just caught it and brought it in. That kitty was a menace. She was a born killer. Fortunately, she ate most of her kills. But, so, they insist on bird feeding, yeah? And naturally that means that there's a ton of sunflower seeds that get yoten out of the feeder, amongst other places, into the other plant pots on the balcony, which meant when they refreshed the pots and replanted strawberries in a hanging pot, well, they mixed up the earth to break up the root systems and make it easier for the strawberries to grow. And they noticed about a month later that the earth was moving. And not a bit, but it was like this far out of the pot. And it turned out there were hundreds of little sunflower sprouts at the bottom of the pot, sprouting and pushing the earth up. Because the little birds had dropped so many seeds into that pot when it got stirred up, all of them sprouted and moved the earth. One of your already passed cats was also a hard nut, dragging a rat from a shed. Not sure it was a rat, it was too big, cat-sized rodent. Yeah, what might that be? I mean, I don't know where you're at anyway, but yeah, one of my old cats picked a fight with, let me make sure I'm using the correct word here, with the marten, which let's pretend to make progress while we talk. Though I appreciate talking, don't get me wrong, don't stop. There is a marten who lives in the vicinity, maybe it's a few, you know, sometimes you see their tracks on your car, or they're chewing off a bit of isolation. It happens. It's strictly speaking a pest, of course, but who cares? It's not a big pest. It's not an infestation. I definitely saw one of my old cats picking a fight with them because they were sneaking around in our garden and Kitty won. Even though the marten was bigger than her. That cat took no shit. It wasn't a fight to the death, obviously, it was just a territory contest, but that kitty had control of her territory. Anyway, so here we have it. This is baked into the sprite, meaning what we need to do is we need to make a new sprite that I figure we can make a 2x2 square and then scale it up as according. So, sprite, drawing size, indicator. Cats fight every mating season. Oh no! My boy, well, I say my boy, my parents' boy, he's not really concerned with that. I mean, I'm pretty sure he gets some actions, but, well, he appreciates being a single cat, as it was. So I need to grab the correct pink, which is here. Yeah. Falling off the... No. So, I guess also, I've never had multiple boys. Or... Well, which gender are we talking about? Because I've had females, multiples, but right now it's just the one boy. I'm positive he gets action, but it's not gonna result in anything, because that was taken care of early on. Okay, store this color, then we can make ourselves a little square. So, he's not particularly fast. Also, nobody contests his territory. Yeah, males fight. Kitties. Here's that to each other. Fun fact, the cat flap that he uses, well, there are two. One of them leads into the basement. Then there's a chip door. So that, yeah, not everything can just come in. But as for the basement, that door is just open. Anything could come in. But the neighborhood cats know better. They know that he lives there, and he is, we are positive, his father was a Norwegian forest cat. He was 5 kilos before he was a year old. He is giant. He's not quite Norwegian forest cat sized, because his mother was a tiny street cat, but the boy is big. So he has absolutely no problem defending his territory, nor does he need to. I mean, it helps that there's not a lot of competition. For the most part, he's dealing with old ladies who probably appreciate his visits, as it was. Okay, am I seriously going to scale this up? Yes. But still, you would think having an open door to the outside would lead to problems with wild animals, but it really doesn't. Because they know what's inside. They don't want to mess. Also, I suppose they just don't want to enter the house in general. Even though we're pretty sure that there's a hedgehog who's made a nest just off the doorstep, which is very adorable. Listen, I'm making this sound like I grew up in a barn out in the country. It wasn't quite like that. It is a settlement, but it is at the same time like forest is 5 minutes of walking that way, but it is pretty in nature. So, and also it is extremely posh with giant yards. So yeah, hedgehogs are just a thing that's about family of those waiting on the yard night after another. Cute. I think they're adorable. They're actually larger than you think, aren't they? Okay, I need to take this and move it to its proper place in the actual size category. Yes, this is the large one. Yeah, eating cat food is gonna be one issue. It's an issue we don't have because our boy eats inside. Wedding text, yeah, he gets a few of those, or sometimes, again, because of his Norwegian heritage, you find all manner of things in the boy's fur. I've pulled little slugs out of there, I've pulled spiders, just literally in his fur, completely concealed. He's also waterproof, like, unless it's a torrential downpour, he doesn't even notice that he gets wet because his fur is so dense, water rolls off of it. Not a problem. And then he stares at you while he sits in the sink and is confused why you turned on the sink, but at the same time he's intrigued by watching it roll down. So I guess he's happy. Anyway, we need to, for each of these brush radii, look at me flexing my English degree. For each of these brush radii, we need to not only create a brush radius button, but also we need to create a brush radius indicator builder, which are each going to well, they're gonna build this indicator, which is currently a 2x2 pixel square, so we need to be careful to set the scale to half, but it's easy enough. So brush radius indicator builders, plural, is a new sprite builder with the sprite drawing size indicator. Set scale radius by 2. And it also needs an x and a y offset. Set x to button x offsets I, and they can all use the same y, which is button y offset. There we are. God, I love working with constants and abstractions. This makes everything so easy, rather than having to look up the perfect magic numbers. And at the base, these are all going to be disabled. Okay. Now then, when you are clicked on brush radius clicked, well, there's a complicated way of implementing this, of disabling the one that we moved away from and then enabling the one that we clicked on. Or there is a simple way. And I'm gonna say simple is readable and therefore clean and therefore good, and not mention that I'm just being lazy. Brush radius indicator builders, iterate over each one, and disable all of them. Then go to the one that we are selecting, which is here, and enable it. Yeah. And well. Yes, there's one issue with this, but well, this is actually fine. This is perfectly fine. Button implement, no. What we need to do is at a start, the first one should be enabled. Also, we need to add all of these builders into the builder array. So, array concat sanely in place, because GameMaker does not by default offer a way to concatenate two arrays into the first one instead of returning a new instance. Listen, it sounds like I'm getting needlessly upset, and I am, partly for comedic effect, but at the same time, it's the build-up that matters. No, it doesn't matter that much that I've had to implement my own function to concatenate two arrays in place, rather than having to reassign to a new instance. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that GameMaker doesn't offer a simple way to list all files. It doesn't matter that GameMaker... Well, let's have a look at the very expansive scripts that I've had to write, eh? It doesn't matter that a ton of GameMaker's functions have a bunch of arguments that really should have defaults, because in 99% of cases you're always setting them to the same values. None of that is a deal breaker, right? It's just tiny annoyances. But having to deal with all of these annoyances all the time, because there are so many of them that you constantly run into one, that's what makes GameMaker a little bit bothersome to use. Although I suppose I should count my blessings, because I have been shown what GameMaker used to look like. I have seen the 1.4 or the GameMaker 1 even. I have beheld things no man was meant to see, let alone work with. So I'm just gonna appreciate the modern functions that I do have, such as having functions at all. It used to be Game Maker didn't have functions. It was a lawless time. So, we are going to appreciate what we have. So, yes, concatenate all that into builders, which means that when we draw, the builders are built. Okay. Now. What I was thinking about is in the variant, you do not have control over your drawing size. You are always drawing at the minimum size, which means we also don't want all of these. We don't want the drawing size controls to show at all. Consequently, when we enter the variant, which, funny enough, all of the variant minigames in which you plan your special missions, putting the hit in hit idle, all of them take place in distinct rooms, yes, but they use the same assets as the base minigames. All that happens is I tell the components, hey, you're in the variant, set up variant stuff. And other than that, it's the exact same thing, which is very convenient. Also, okay, I've got to figure this out. There's something, yeah? You see it right here? I can't click on the scrap right here because there's something in the way. And I don't know what. I guess, question, does this also exist? No? No, it only exists on that screen. Right, we'll attend that in a second. First, let us see it. It being a crash. Because there's a place where I have forgotten... Oh? Oh. I have forgotten to access this as an array, so I have reassigned it into Sprite Builder itself. Let's see. So, if we go into poster artistry and don't crash this time... Ah! Yes, of course. Of course, the brush radius isn't 2, it is 2 times 6, it is 12, so our little square is being scaled up quite a bit. Oops. Let's just fix that. Just use that to normalize the size. Oopsie. Well, that's the downside. In case you didn't know, Hit Idle is kind of a fake low resolution game, in that the game continuously pretends that it is running at a resolution of 320 by 180. It's roughly Game Boy Advanced resolution. But it continuously pretends that religiously, except it's actually running at a full 1920 by 1080. It makes the text better. Because how in the world would you actually display text at this tiny Game Boy resolution? Certainly you can, but it would take up a ton of space. That's why I've elected for the... I've elected to use this fake pixel arty vibe where everything is drawn at a tiny resolution and then scaled up, so that the game still functionally has a large size, but we can break the rules if we need to in order to, say, rotate pixels. Couldn't do this if the actual screen resolution was 320 by 180. Couldn't do that. Okay. Now I'm just wondering. So pink is cool, but I'm wondering, maybe we want to make this the color of the currently selected crayon, yeah? I think that's cute. I think that's cute, and that's easy enough. Yeah. One small problem would be if you have, say, Queen's crayon, it wouldn't be terribly distinct, but at the same time, let's at least try it, you know? It'll be easy, it'll be quick. If it doesn't work, we can yeet it. For that, you are going to be a white square. And you, likewise, are going to be a white square, just to make sure it's consistent. The drawing size control currently is not aware of which crayon is selected, but that's okay. It's easy enough. Yes. For that, we need to go, let's say, right here. Right here. Function set indicator color. And this is just gonna take the color directly. So is type color. It is in fact a color. And then for each of the brush radius indicator builders, I set blend color to that color. There we are. Now we need to go to the room handler in order to call this function when a crayon is picked up. That is already a function that exists. That active crayon, here it is. This sets draw color. One problem. One problem is that you're allowed to drop your crayon. In which case, I guess we just don't change the color. Yeah, makes sense to me. Drawing size controls is what it's called. Set indicator color with our newly acquired draw color. We could reset it to white, but is my response to that. I think it's fine to just leave it the color that it currently is. Okay. Yep, I have encountered a crash. That's fine. Because what happened was that I fixed it. What happened was we pick up the pink crayon immediately as it is created, And I guess as far as that, we can just create the size controls earlier. Picking up the crayon causes the crayon to call back to the room handler. Hey, I've been picked up. Set me as active, please. Which means set your drawer color and whatnot. Which means we were calling into our set active crayon method as we initialized the room. Which means we were referencing size controls. Cool. But at that time, because the crayons got initialized before the size controls didn't exist, therefore crash. Okay, doke. Let us see this. You know, like, one game crash per change isn't too bad, I would think. I wonder where I got this pink shade anyway. It's really reminding me of Bocce the Rock, or I don't know how her name is pronounced. I never watched that anime. Anyway. Ah, yes. It is changing color, but very subtly. You have to see it. Right? It's not pure black, but it is functionally black. Because Queen likes to wear dark clothes. There. Goodness. Well, the contrast with yellow is bad. I admit. In fact, the contrast with yellow is so bad that I am honestly considering undoing this change. On the other, it doesn't hurt anyone, right? And the ones that you need to see are always black. You can click this button if you like to make music, but it doesn't matter. What do we feel? Yellow has super low contrast with what's behind it, and somehow it makes my eyes hurt to look at it. Dark, well, this just looks like it's black. So does the dark blue. But I think with the default being pink, this also creates a very beautiful what you see is what you get, where the cursor already changes, you'll notice. There's a little crayon sprite for the cursor. I think I'll keep this. I think I'll keep it. Actually, there's an interview with Gabe Newell. You might have heard of the guy. There's an interview with him where he's talking about the design of the original Half-Life and why in that game when you shoot at a wall you get bullet holes, which if you think about it, it's not terribly realistic. I mean, rarely watching interviews. Same, honestly. I didn't watch the entire thing, but it was like a small cutout. The point is, when you shoot a wall in Half-Life and associated Source Engine games, like in all Source Engine games, you get bullet holes when you shoot the ground. Yeah? Now, I'm not a terribly experienced guy when it comes to guns. I am Swiss, which means we have an event where all kids from 12 to 16, 17, something like that, are invited to do some target shooting. It's surprisingly fun. I was decent at it. So I've handled guns before and I'm a decent shot. Anyway, the point is, as far as I know, unless you're using a hilariously overpowered gun, if you shoot a concrete wall, you're going to get a ricochet, and the wall isn't going to care terribly much. It might chip a little bit, but it's not going to make a circular hole this size, right? And that was pointed out to Gabe, and his response was, I don't care. Sir, we are making the original Half-Life. Where's the realism in any of that? Can you see how fast Gordon runs? And so... Oh, need to go? No. Let me quickly wrap up the point. The point is, the world responds to the player. It gives you feedback for what you're doing. When you miss, the shot doesn't go just wherever, it makes holes. And having impact on the world is the most important thing in the game. Which is why I like this. It responds to your choices of color. Okay. Well, Frosto. That's the story. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your work, I suppose. I'll be here. Right. Let's see. Doom Timer is doing well. Thanks. Bye. Have a dinosaur, I guess. That one's cute. I like it. You assumed that did anything. You fool. Anyway, so that's that. Add number of beats to note reservoir. This refers to songcraft. This refers to songcraft, where and by the way, that's also why I make a point to read and respond to chat. Not only because it's fun, but also, well, if you just chat and the streamer completely ignores you, you're not having a good time. Give the actions of the player impact and feedback. What this refers to is right here. If you know music, then this is perfectly meaningful to you. This reservoir here. You know that this is a whole, half, quarter, and eighth note. Comma, but. But if you don't know music, then that doesn't mean anything to you. Hey, Mr. D-Boy. How's life? Delicious water. This doesn't mean anything to you if you don't know music. And it is relevant how long each of these notes are, so... Life's awful? Oh no! I'm having a great time! I am working down the list of feedbacks from, amongst other people, you, dear Mr. D-Boy. In the explanation, Butterfly... Ugh, why is my text speed so low? Right, the explanation mentions that a note's shape decides its length from 1 to 8 beats. However, that still doesn't mean a lot. So what I want to do is I want to put a little bit of text like this is 8, 4, 2, and 1. Just the numbers, honestly. Because I think when you then try it, you're gonna understand really fast, oh, that means this is 8 beats long, right? But because for these requirements, which I'm also thinking about nerfing, I think the thirds and fifths beats requirements, they could stand to be a little less. And also the 24 beats requirement, which I feel a lot of people interpret as, if we pick up an eighth here, 24 of these beats must have something in them. That's not actually what it means. You'll accidentally complete it trying to do that, which is good. Hey, Clovey! It's been a while. How's life for you? Oh no, I'm being shadow raided again. all the lads are showing up, lads and ladies. You'll accidentally complete the requirement trying to do it in the unintended way, which is good. But this 24 beats requirements also, though I do my best to point it out, this also requires you to know that notes are multiple beats long, and that's what I'm talking about. So. Woke up early to catch a birthday stream, but it was pushed back by an hour. No! Well, I'm glad to be your second choice, Clofy. No bad feelings. Wasn't it? I'm gonna pretend like I remember their name. Is it the person we wished happy birthday to this week? That would make sense. They've claimed the entire month of April as their birthday. Yeah, no offense taken. Oh, someone else. Amazing. You mean 2 people have their birthday in April? I don't believe you. But, so, you know what I'm gonna do first? The very first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Epic Game. Today is World Penguin Day. Wow, Clofy with the hidden knowledge. I actually didn't know that. I know that actually European Pie Day is coming up. If you wait, no, there's no such thing as the 31st of April. Huh. So I guess there is no Pie Day as far as European spelling exists. I know that it's Hatsune Miku's birthday on the 9th of March. Which, that entire girl is just an entire meme. Because isn't it? Yes, Miku 39. That's the joke. And she actually came out on the 9th of March, I think, or the 3rd of September. Honestly, who remembers? Well, I don't have a penguin for you, unfortunately. I have a shark. Free shark. Normally you would have to use a channel point redemption for this. How's the progress going? Quite well. I have a lot of feedbacks. It keeps going. I have a lot of stuff. A lot of this is super simple, and if I stopped yapping, it would be implemented in about 5 minutes. But I want to do all this stuff. I've actually done this. All of this I want to do for the next fest, and I think that is more than possible, since press access to Next Fest is in the last week of May. And the only big thing here is the concert room, for which I know what I want to do. That'll be a day and a half, probably. Well, yes, let me be specific, Mr. D-Boy. So how the Next Fest works is you need to sign up and have a public Steam page real soon. That deadline is at the end of the month. The Next Fest publicly is, the public Next Fest is in the 2nd week of June, I think. But if you look on your dashboard, you'll see a note that the press get early access to the Next Fest, and they might look at your demo. So, if you want the journalists to give your game a glowing recommendation, you should have a good demo available a bit early. It's not required, but it's a good idea. Or at least your demo should be in the best state that it could be. Since I'm a fool and I've already released my demo, receiving tons of good, says 30th for me. Best review? Huh? Let us investigate. It's not an entire month early, is it? No? Well, 30th of May is what it is. Yeah. I was very concerned because 30th of April is a tight deadline. But, I want the text speeds to be faster. So, text speeds, which is like gonna shuffle everything over by one. So 0.8, 0.8 is gonna be slow, 0.5 is gonna be normal, 0.35, I'm gonna say halfway between normal and faster is gonna be fast. I think 0.2 is fine. As for a regular delay, so there we are. Just because it's important not to... Yeah, that's a good normal speed, right? This is truly slow. What I'm thinking about here, let's kill the second music track. What I'm thinking about is, this is a game for people who fluently read English. And that might sound like an insult. It's not. There's a lot of people who didn't have the luxury of being indulged in as much English as, for instance, I have. Toraka casually flexes that he has a certificate of proficiency in English without having ever studied, and I found out during the exam that you're supposed to read 2 different books and write an essay about them. That would have been fun to know beforehand, but no, I didn't study, I just went and I got my certificate. So I would consider myself decent at English. That's not everybody. This game does require an okay level of English, and here's the thing. Not everybody reads super fast. Also, depending on your language level, you'll read slower. Because you need more time to understand. And there might be a word that you don't know that you might misread or take for something else. So it is important to offer a little bit slower for comfort's sake. That being said, just like every game ever, I grossly overestimated how slow I would want things to be. So this is good, I think, and this is... Yeah, this is perfect. Like, faster is approximately my reading speed, and as a bit of background, I taught myself to read from a poster that I simply insisted must be taken home, which showed all of the letters and a word that starts with that letter in order to help you practice your reading. I was 3 at the time, so when I actually entered the schooling system, it didn't have much to give me. Although, I will also say I had good circumstances. Not only did I have that poster, do you know... Hey, actual secret tip. If you have if you have the misfortune of having a child, or you have like a cousin or a nephew or whatever, give them comic books. Actual serious tip, give them comic books. That's how I learned to read fast. That's how I actually solidified learning by reading. Give them comic books, because think about it. In a comic book, you have little pieces, one sentence at a time. They're simple because they're, literally aimed at children. They're not complex thoughts. And you literally have a picture that usually shows what's being said. You have a ton of context in order to teach yourself words and reading. So, unironically, pardon my language, unironically, Disney comic books, I think, are a great way to teach a child reading. Because they're fun, they're engaging, they're colorful, the text is simple, and will assist you, because if you don't understand the word, then you've got the image to point out, help you piece together what it means. Okay, now I have successfully yapped my way out of making these super easy. Change this one, because it is the top of the hour. Our doom timer is counting down, and with it, my bladder doesn't appreciate all the hydrating that I have to do. So, what's going to happen is I'm gonna take myself a 4 or 5 minute break. Gonna run some ads, stand up, stretch my legs. You guys feel free to do the same. When we come back, the pre-roll demon is going to be banished, and we are actually going to do this thing. We are going to add the number of beats to the note reservoir so that we can sell the hit title as, strictly speaking, a learning game. This reminds me, in Rayman 3, at least in the German manual, probably in all manuals, they make the joke, because at Rayman 3's time they were aiming for the teenage audience, so it was edgy and it was taking the urine out of most everything, including itself. And I have an entire rant about Rayman 3, we'll get to that after the break. But it actually makes a joke that lands pretty well, I think. That it explains Rayman 3 is above all a language learning program, which is why you can set the language in the settings. I don't know, I think it's exactly my kind of dry humor to insist it's a language learning program when it's obviously not. I like it. Anyway, I will be going on break. See you in a few minutes for more yapping about Rayman 3 and maybe other things, maybe some development. I wouldn't bet money on it. See you in a bit. Okily dokily. Let us continue. Welcome back, everybody. I'm sure you've stood up and stretched and used the restroom and all those things. And you didn't just sit here like a shrimp. Yeah, no shame. So, number of beats to note reservoir. That lives in the ecosystem of Songcraft. For that, we're gonna go to the Songcraft room handler first, though we are probably going to dive down right from there. It's interesting that it doesn't have create code, but makes sense, I suppose. Music, chill, thank you. Right, we need to... This lives in the node reservoir. Fun fact, this is not the first object I created, but it certainly is among them. It certainly is amongst them. Essentially, it went at the start, head idol at that point having been named... I don't know what I'd named it. I had to have given it a name, yeah? But I know I renamed it to Hit Idol because the multiple meanings of hit idol, as in a musical hit or a different meaning of hit, was very amusing to me. Anyway, it used to be, it was just an empty room on teacher's desk with some photos on it. Then there was a band form. And after that, I kinda... Well, yeah, I kinda lost motivation because I didn't know what I wanted the game to be. I'd wanted it to just be a practice game on the way to an idea that I no longer think holds merit. But I wanted it to be just a pure, cute idle game. At the time, the twist did not exist. Which meant I just didn't have any good gameplay. When I started this game, the concept of minigames did not exist in my mind. Which might sound insane, but that's the way it is. Given that pretty much the entire gameplay of Hit Idol takes place within minigames, it certainly is silly that I didn't waste any thought as to what the primary main gameplay loop is. So, but the first minigame that I created was a lovely person put me on the way that I could make minigames was Songcraft, because it's the most obvious one, right? You're making a music club, so you make songs. For each of these, for each of the builders, I.build. So that was the first one that I made, which means this code is real old, but it kinda holds up. Naturally, I've refactored it some, but it is pretty old. So, is it time I'm going to rant about Rayman? Yes! Because I've just remembered not only does Rayman 3 exist, which is enough of an insult, if you are old like me, you might remember the fucking... I'm sorry. I usually try to keep a clean mouth. The damnable rabbits started as a Rayman property because I guess they felt the series was stale, So clearly you need to add new characters, and what better than functionally lobotomized rabbits? I guess. No, just thinking about it makes me mad. At this point in time, the rabbits didn't yet exist. We have Rayman 2, The Great Escape in some releases, sometimes not. Sometimes it's Revolution, or just Rayman Revolution. It varies. Which was a hilariously successful game, to the point that it has been released on a dozen different consoles. I know, because I've played it on most of them. Let's not forget, however. Let's actually keep coding. It has been released on a ton of consoles. Rayman 2 was really good. It was really successful. And so, what do you do for a sequel to a three-dimensional open world? Well, no, quite the opposite of open world, actually. To a three-dimensional platformer set in a relatively standard fantasy world, which takes itself 100% seriously. There's not a bit of humor, actually. No, I'm thinking. And trust me, I could rebuild the entirety of Rayman 2 from memory, and it would be accurate down to every single individual pixel on the textures. There's no comic relief characters. Glowbox is a coward, but that's played straight. It's not, haha, he's afraid of stuff, that's funny. No, he's terrified because he's scared for his life. The closest thing you have is Clark, but while he's a little silly, it's more that he's just a cool guy. Despite his size. Basically, what humor Rayman 2 has is diegetic. It is within the world. Builders... Lane builder, I'll call it. And that really works because, yes, if you... Without going too much into the philosophy and the psychology here, you can call it cringe, but at the same time, getting immersed, taking a story seriously, even if it is... yes, it is a video game, it only exists as a playback on your screen, there's no real stakes, none of what happens really matters. But it can feel like it does matter. You can get immersed, and to some degree, allowing yourself to get immersed is, it's the relief that video games offer us. Likewise, so length builder has to be a new text builder. Likewise, I have an annoying habit that I'm really not affected by horror games. That's because I'm just built different, but also there's a very specific person who is, he's not actively terrified of the spiders in Satisfactory, but he certainly doesn't like them. And he gets emotional reactions that make it hard to aim. Meanwhile, even though I should, it's not even really a spider anymore, is it? And, well, you have a gun. You point it at the bad things, and then the bad things cease to exist. Right? And if you just keep your cool and point the bang machine that way and make the bang go that way, then your problems will go away. There's no point in getting upset. So, I am hard to affect with spooky video games, is the point. Especially in Satisfactory, because obviously in Satisfactory you're not really getting immersed, you're always thinking, you're always yourself, rather than like in Rayman. Sure, you are always aware that you are this person yourself, but it's easy to think a little bit inside the world. It's easy to, well, get immersed. Think that you need to move this way and do that. So, letting that happen, letting yourself think within the bounds of the world a little bit, is healthy. It can be the distraction, the change that helps you refresh, yeah? Length, X, offset, I'm gonna say is like, I don't know, -3 times 6? No, it needs to be more. I'm gonna say -7. That's probably too much, but we're gonna see where it ends up, and then we're gonna change what needs to change. So we need to change our X and Y coordinates here. And so, the point is, enter Rayman 3. It has been, at this point, how long has it been? So Rayman 3 released 2003. Ah, the golden age of video games. What a time. Rayman 2, meanwhile, first released on the Dreamcast 1999. So it's actually only been 4 years, but I guess that is enough that the target audience has grown up from bright-eyed children into sulky teenagers, and if you weren't there, man, the 2000s were a time. You were still allowed to have fun, you were allowed to do things unironically, you used words that anybody could understand. You were able to watch and focus on something for literally 5 seconds at a time without needing 3 different distractions built into what you were watching. Ah, what a glorious time. Anyway, so their target audience had grown and aged, so obviously Rayman had to change along with them, becoming edgy, becoming serious, becoming, most importantly, sarcastic. So your companion, who in the previous game, probably, listen, I didn't play the original Rayman game. I'm old. I'm not older than the universe. Didn't play that stuff. But at least in Rayman 2, Murphy, the grasshopper with wings, I guess, wearing a purple suit, I guess, he was offering you genuine, actual, serious advice. He was the tutorial character. Meanwhile, in Rayman 3, he becomes a continuous companion, spouting nothing but oh so funny, edgy urine taking of everything that happens, and he argues with the actual manual, like the literal manual to the game, which is in the game, and they reference it to teach you how to play. He argues with it all the time. So the net end result is you are constantly being reminded. Usually they attempt to play this for laughs, yeah? They attempt to play this for laughs. And I am noting now that I don't have an easy way to map the note length enum to the actual length in beats. Get beats here. This lives within the music sheet. Huh. Do we extract that? I suppose. Yeah. Extract that into its own script asset. That's the easiest way. Not data structures, not you. So, not a minute passes that you might risk getting immersed in the game, because constantly the game is pointing at itself and saying, isn't this really stupid? Isn't this really cringe? Hey, you are playing a video game, so you, the player, are pressing buttons to make things happen. And it is really stupid how this plot is trying to take itself seriously. Which means at no point are you even at risk of getting immersed. You might be able to tell how I feel about this. Where do I put this? I don't know, maths? No, not maths. And then the playlist plays the happy menu music of my own game. Ah, funny. You might be able to tell how I feel about that. It's not very charitably. Does it go in maths? Nah, screw it. I gotta make a new group right here. Minigames. So, because you're never allowed to get immersed, well, there's no way to play Rayman 3 unironically. If it played itself straight, it would have a pretty good story. If you cut all the terrible comedy, if you cut all the self-urine theft, as it was, taking its own piss, then there could be a pretty good serious game in there. But there isn't! Because we have to point at this thing and expect you to laugh. Okay. Right. So, stats text needs to happen next. And honestly, at this point, I'm just guessing, so that's note length. There we are. I can't imagine that game sold better than Rayman 2, right? I mean, it released on PC and current consoles, and it was pretty quickly forgotten about. No, I can't imagine it did too well. Also, if I don't want to pollute this with pointless variables, I should make this a var. Also, we need to set the scale too, so that the text looks a little bit crispy, the way that I want. Right, so what's the lesson that we learned from that? To be honest, I don't know. I guess, yes. Yeah, there will always be the people who point out how to use what is at this point already an outdated piece of slang, but shut up, it was slang at the time I was young. There will be people who point out how cringe your story is, if it's taking itself too seriously. But it's not like there won't be people if you are the one doing it. All that you're doing by pointing out, hey, this is a video game, you are playing a video game, you can do whatever you want, you can save and reload, and then that will undo the things that you have done. You can kill everybody and nobody will remember, except we totally do remember. Did you notice you are playing a video game? That just means that the player doesn't have the option of playing the game straight. I mean, as in getting immersed in the game. You can play the game with whatever orientation you want, don't worry. One might deduce from this previous rant that I am not the biggest fan of Undertale. Put down the pitchforks, okay, simmer down. Undertale is good. I dislike the story trope of forcing the player out of their immersion to point out, yes, this is in fact a video game. We all know it's a video game. You're not the first person, you're not the 100th person to point this out. We know. I've got a chip on my shoulder about that. But other than that, hey, it's cute, it's got good art, you don't think about the code, because Toby Fox did his best. So all in all, it's still fine. Right, that is, the builders are set up, they are being created, they are being pushed. Let's see, vote on your devices now. Will this crash? No! Excellent! Okay, so this, actually I don't hate that. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. Our little numbers here, I think the numbers deserve to be bigger. And what I had intended is that they are flush with the notes as far as height. And I was planning to have them on the left, but how are we feeling? Would it maybe be better if the number of beats was like over on the right? Maybe. As it is, with it being on the left, the way that you naturally read, you're first gonna read 8, okay, what's this? Can I click on it? No. Which is why I want this to be relatively close to the note. It can stand to be like 2 pixels to the left. But I want it to be close enough that it is clearly associated as being something to do with that note, instead of its different thing that you are expecting to click and nothing happens. We also need to give this a different alignment. Honestly, if on both fronts, H-align and V-align come first. So, set horizontal alignment to font alignment middle, and set our vertical alignment, no, yes. Center it on both axes, make the length offset, I'm gonna say 2 pixels to the left. The magic number might be 8, but let's try 9. Let's also increase the font size a teensy tiny bit. 20 will do. Let's see that. What was I just on? Immersion breaking, yes. The way that people read is important to keep in mind. I feel like if I talk any more about my honest feelings on Undertale, I am literally going to be burned at the stake. So Let's not. Okay, see, right? This is too far left. Also, it needs to be slightly further down so that the middle of the number is aligned with the middle of the ball here. What am I talking about? I don't know. So, move it back like 1 pixel. -8 does appear to be our magic number. And move it down. Let's see, the middle is currently here. And I think the origin of the note is right here. We can test that. Yes. No, actually. Well, yes, it is perfectly aligned with the middle of the note. It just so happens that I'm holding the note by its origin point, in case you were curious. So its origin point is right here. It just so happens that I want it to be further down. So it's gonna be +2. Okay, okay. +2 times 6, further down, and 1 pixel further to the right. Perfect. Sure, let's talk about something that I do know what I'm talking about on, which is design principles. This is another area where I weirdly have experience from my professional life, even though I shouldn't, but as tends to happen when you work in small companies, I kind of had to do a ton of everything. Yeah, I like that, I like that. Now the bottom of the number is, at least it looks aligned with the bottom of the note. I think it's a, yeah, it's a teensy tiny bit off. Might want to shove it up a bit. Yeah, shove it up 1 pixel. But so, designing principles. When it comes to web design specifically, there are a few laws which I've also talked about at length. Maybe go back to 7. Let's see this. Most important to keep in mind, I would say, are a few laws. Law of similarity, law of proximity. Meaning, things that look the same should behave the same. You will note Hit Idol has a specific style. For instance, buttons always look the same. Yeah, I like that alignment better. Yeah, this is good. Hit Idol has a very specific style. Things that look the same should behave the same. And the inverse. If something does not behave the same, it should not look the same. And if something looks different, it should behave different. Looks the same equals behaves the same at all points. Also, the law of proximity is things that are close to each other are seen as being associated. Meaning, for instance, these trackers here, they are very close to each other. Meaning, and they are also close to the requirements post-it, while there is more distance between the music sheets and them. Meaning, we take this as a group. We pass this, that the trackers are related to the requirements. That's not an accident, that is very intentional. Specifically, what the law states is that things that are, well, closely grouped together are seen as related. Things that are further apart, especially further apart than they are with different things, as I just showed with the trackers, they are closely grouped together, and even though they are relatively close to the music sheet, there's a notable distance between them, which is greater than the distance between two trackers. Yep, I hope that makes sense. Consequently, we group those things together because related things tend to be together. Yeah? Yeah. And that, trust me, it is very natural, it's very intuitive to do things this way. But it is very easy also to do it wrong, and if you do it wrong, then you'll know. You will notice that people just subconsciously do not associate things that... Oh no. One moment, GameMaker is about to crash. There it goes. I should have saved my work, I should have cleanly exited GameMaker, but being able to predict that GameMaker is about to crash is very funny. Anyway, an updated runtime is available. An update is available. I don't care, GameMaker. I don't care. Yes. I don't care because I know what the update does. Anyway, I don't believe we have missed much of any progress. Obviously, I made sure to properly save my stuff before I intentionally crashed it. So, note reservoir. Yes. Pardon my French, by the way, Clothy. I know. I hope you can deal with the word reservoir. I'll try to do better in the future. Literally, what was I on? Yes. So, what the heck did I just do? These principles, you are subconsciously, intuitively aware of them. You don't need to know about them. Hey, Prosto, welcome back. You need to know. How was work? It wasn't long, I can tell you that. If you violate these design principles, you will know, and it's useful to be aware of them so that you can identify what are you doing wrong, what can you do different to fix it. So I need to manually go to the music sheet because this is another thing that GameMaker does, which is amazing. If you delete multiple sprites at the same time, it will permanently corrupt your project structure. And if you search for an object using this... Okay, enjoy your lurk. I'm not gonna stop you. If you use the asset search to search for an object, such as object music sheet, it won't work, it will not pull up any results. But what will happen is the next time that you pull up the search, GameMaker will crash. Isn't that funny? Oh, the best part of it is that's the harmless part of the bug. The not so harmless part of the bug is if you do, under some circumstances, I guess, maybe if it's specifically while you have Code Editor 2 open, if you delete multiple sprites, your project structure is permanently corrupted, and until you go into it with a text editor and remove the entry for the sprites that you have deleted that GameMaker failed to remove, until that point you cannot open your project. And the error message is not helpful. Can I teach you English? I can certainly try. I am not the best person to teach you because, and this is actually true, I am doing my best for the English in Hit Idol to be understandable without needing a super high level of English. I'm doing my best, but they say it's hard to write a character who is smarter than you. It's also difficult to go the other way. It's difficult to write at a lower level than what you are used to. Mostly because you need to constantly hold yourself to it. Like, I need to consciously think, is this comprehensible? Or am I just not making sense? You want to learn how to write proper grammar. I don't know. I don't know. I guess Duolingo? Don't know, dude. Sophie, I'll get to you in a sec. Don't worry. Dude, I never learned English. At the time that I had English classes, which in Switzerland is only in high school, at least it used to be only in high school, I didn't need them, right? For reference, I graduated from high school at the tender age of 17, fresh 17. And at that point, a year prior to that, during summer holiday, I went and got my certificate of proficiency. I didn't need English class. I just sat through it reading literal Shakespeare and Sherlock Holmes. So, I'm sorry, I can't help you with learning English. At the time that I would have learned it, I already knew it. And actually, for serious, I figured the way that I learned it was just internet, watching YouTube videos. So, like, you speak it well enough. I think there's no use pretending. We can admit, yes, Mr. D-Boy, your English is fine, but it's not perfect. I think we can make that factual statement. Just watch videos. Chloe, real quick, that's a very kind offer. I think I'm going to launch the game with just the English text because, of course, when we translate, we need to check the entire game for whether it still lays out correctly. So maybe, but I think I'm just gonna focus on the English version. Also, be aware of what you're signing up for, because there are 30,000 words and growing in Hit Idol. You're not translating this in an afternoon. But enjoy your birthday stream. I don't actually have lexicon, but I have my own script which does something similar. Which has a big old translation file, and from it I use get translated string. Oh, you mean check the translate? Oh no. Kofi. I mean, I speak your language, but I do not speak it remotely well enough to actually make a translation. You would have to make it. So yeah, I think we are going to focus on English. But thanks. Yeah, this is... Actually, you might recognize it. This is the basis for the script that I sent you for optional chain. It's a little different because it takes a string, but it's basically the same thing. It unpacks, looks for the translated string, recursively going into structs if there's still a struct to be unpacked. And then it reads it back, so it's like lexicon. I figured I don't have plans to translate Hit Idle, but as I started the project, I was very aware. Hang on. Code. What do I want to do? What I want to do is, as we create the music sheet, I would like the slots to be a little bit wider. Right, so that is our slot width constant. Needs to be like 9 times 6. But we need to account for this with the slots x distance. There. Famously, Dwarf Fortress is a game that is still being worked on, I guess. But it will probably never have translations. Why? Because every single string in Dwarf Fortress is hard-coded. And just working in a system to use translated strings would be a momentous task, akin to completely rewriting the game. Not to mention making the translation in the first place. So that is why Dwarf Fortress will probably never be translated. If there's even a chance that your game is going to be translated, you should do that at the start. You should build it with that in mind. Because it's easy enough to build a game with translations in mind. It is hard to build translations later. Okay. Yeah. Like, this looks so much better, right? I did notice that slots were just too thin, and they were genuinely a bit hard to find. Who is pinging me? Oh, it's Mr. Debo going live. Doesn't matter. Not fancy yet working. Hey, that's what matters, right? My translation system isn't terribly fancy either. But, so with that, it is now going to be significantly easier to put down notes, which matters in Songcraft specifically, because notes are what I call volatile, which is if you drop it outside of a slot, it goes away. It goes poof. Which means you then need to go back to the note reservoir, so for the same reason as I made the notes duplicate when you put them down, in order to make it more fluent to put down a piece, I want to make it easy to insert them into the slots. I want there to be distance between the slots, for sure, such as to make it obvious that there are distinct slots and allow no overlap between them. But this also, like, just this image, I'm gonna hope, clearly communicates to you that there are distinct beats on the music sheet. It communicates that because you can see, oh, if we toss this away, goodbye. If you pick this up, you see, oh, I can put this everywhere here because, and I know to do this because I'm coming straight off the tutorial where I had a thing and I inserted it into the orange slot. I notice, oh, this is orange, just like that. I can put these here. And then you see, oh, there are distinct columns where I can put it. Yeah? I really like that. I think this is one of the, if I'm allowed to, look, metaphorically, this is me, yeah? If I can pat myself on the back, like so. I think this is design language that works exceptionally well without words. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I like that. This makes it easier to put in the notes, especially if you've got a wonky grip on them, like so. Because if you've got a wonky grip on them and you drag them such that your cursor is over the slot, actually that still didn't work, but normally it'd be something like this, yeah? You would align your cursor. Though actually this is another thing that we can think about. Should draggables be more forgiving when detecting a slot to go into? Currently, they just check the immediate point that is under them. And what's convenient is that there's going to be at most one slot that is right under that point. If we want to make it more merciful, well, as we are here, we might detect multiple slots. So I think, given that the worst that happens, it's not like it's gonna lead to a game over. The worst that happens is that it gets accidentally dropped and then you need to retry. But one more thing. I would like the requirements in Songcraft to be a little more forgiving. Just a little. I responded, right? Yeah. A translation system that works, or localization I guess, is more accurate. If it works, that's good. Oh. And even if there's only English, I mean, yeah, having it translated into every language on planet Earth would be perfect, but practically speaking, I think English is the important one. I am noting, and I'm aware that this is a chicken and egg kind of situation. Would you like to guess where most of my audience comes from? You might actually be surprised. The majority of my audience comes from Southeast Asia. The largest single block is Hong Kong, then it's 25% USA, that's not Southeast Asia. But then we're back to Japan, we're back to China, Republic of South Korea. I'm real popular over there. And every other country, at that point, like between the USA and Asia, that's 95% of my Steam audience. So everywhere else is sharing 5 percentage points, which it must be kept in mind, it probably helps that my game is only available in English. Because it's an unfortunate truth, most people will play games in their native language, even if they are able to play in English. For a lot, it's just more convenient, more comfortable to use their own language, because why wouldn't they? Sure, there are the weirdos like you and I who actually prefer English over their native language, especially where English is the primary language of the game. Though, I would like to add something there. Let's see. I'm gonna nerf this to the ground, really. Gonna nerf that to the ground. Maybe not quite that bad. No, don't note quite that part, but even though there are those weirdos, who prefer different languages, funny that there are some games that I actually prefer to play in German. Would you like to guess which ones? Well, the ones that were made by German or Austrian studios, in which the original language actually is German. Okay, let's try that. Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah. Try that for size. And we can make this between 4 and 7. Or like, now that we've nerfed it, we can go back up to 8. Yeah. I like that. I'm playing with numbers here. This is still always possible, so that's good. So I guess it's not so much English is better, as much as it is the original language is better. Because, well, that's what the creators spoke, and instead of taking what the creators made and translating it and then that's what you read, it's just the original with all the nuances. Because, tell you a secret, there's no such thing as an accurate, good translation. Particularly, even if you do your best, even if you don't translate the words, but rather you translate the meaning, you're still gonna not capture the entirety of the original text. Because it's literally impossible. There is so much wordplay in, for instance, Hit Idol, that requires English to work. Even the most basic, like Hit Idol. The point of the title is that hit can have a meaning in music, or it can have the meaning of assassination, right? And there are also multiple meanings of idol referred to here. This can be idol as in music, or it can be idol as in statue. How do you translate that? Like, for instance, I don't want to say I'm a native German speaker, because I am a Swiss and I speak dialect, not standard German. But practically speaking, I speak standard German as well as a native language. So I don't know how I would translate Hit Idol into German while maintaining the subtleties of it. Right, what I would like to attend next is right here. I would like to fiddle with the band form. For one, what I want to do, because I noticed Grog did this, he tried, even though there's not a slot open, it doesn't respond to you, right? He tried to do this, and then was confused why the band didn't take the new member. So we're gonna do that. Killer moves or whatever. Yes, hello Hauf. I am doing a joke. Wait a second, please. So what I want to do here is, when you have a 3-person band, I want to move the photo of the 3rd member, which is alone, into the middle. I also want to try seeing if we move the dissolve button up here, would that change things? Though I'm less sold on that. Anyway, engage joke. Oh, Hauf is here. unironically though, it is break time, guys. So, it's not 100% break time. The joke is, I see that Hauf is here and I immediately leave. Yes, that is the joke. How's life, my guy? Welcome, welcome. I'm sorry, bullying the furries is fun, right? Well, I suppose, here we go, assuming that's you, it seems like a fair assumption to make to me, but anyway. At any rate, it is actually break time, so I'm gonna go stand up, stretch out a little, undrink some more water, and when I come back, we can fiddle with the band form. As I mentioned, we can move the dissolve button up. I'm not sure I love that. I'm not sure I love that because it gives it way more importance than I think it needs. Especially because if we look in the tutorial, for this we have this save. If we look in the tutorial, or well, whenever a band isn't present in the band form, yeah, we just have this as a silent challenge, put stuff in me. Oh, I'm going to regret having said those words in that order. We have this band form as a silent challenge demanding you to slot idol photos into its prepared slots. Like literally the only... I like this, by the way. Yes, I like the thing that I made, because I think it is actually a tutorial that works. I've also focus tested it and it does seem to work. You have the thing, you put the thing in the slot, and once you insert the final thing, the form band button appears. Which means you know where it is. But you know where it is? I like it being here. We might want to give this slightly more interactivity. Because as things stand, if we load our autosave real quick, as things stand, this button kinda blends in. So we might want to make it less white on white. That would probably already help. Anyway, I will see you in a few minutes. Enjoy break time. Gonna run some, maybe hover effects. We can experiment with that. But for now, it is break time. See you in a bit. Don't go too far. Gonna run a couple ads, such that there aren't any pre-rolls. Appreciate your patience. Okay, doke. Let us continue, which means I need to click this button. Yeah, I do all my stuff in OBS with clicking. I have a Stream Deck actually, but Stream Decks kinda suck, and frankly the only thing I would use it for is I would use it to switch scenes, because this isn't a very high effort stream. I used to have an entire setup. I used to have all kinds of memes, like...
What inspired you to build a second Krusty Krab right
Wait.
next door to the original?
Money.
Yes. Relics from an older, more civilized time. But it forgot all its setups, and I can't be bothered. It doesn't matter anyway. So. Make it, I think, vitally important is the second one. Make it absolutely clear no fourth idol can be fit in. For this, we need to go to the actual second ever. Why does this not have a sprite? Oh, it's because Game Maker is lying to me. And it does have a sprite. Excellent. Welcome to the actual second object I created for this game. The first one was object photo. The second one was the band form, so that you have photos and you can drag them into band forms to make bands. Right. So, let's see. If there is... Hello, welcome back, Half. I should take longer breaks. So that Half can come... No. Because, well, all that I do on break is I chill a little and I walk over to the bathroom, which is, so it's that way, 2 rooms. It's really not far. So usually I'm finished before other people finish their breaks. Anyway, doesn't matter, you can come back whenever you like. The point is, I want to, when there is a band within this band form, I want to take the photo that is alone on its row. No, please don't. I'll do anything you want, except say the second part of your name, Half. I mean, I don't care, it's just, it's funny to deny you. Anyway, welcome back, Half. So, we need to, when there's a band within this band form, we need to, that has 3 members exactly. We need to, well, identify, is it the top row that only has 1 photo or the bottom one? And we need to find that photo and move it over. Conveniently, I'm Half, Half is a wolf. Half is not wolf. Dang it, he got me. Yeah, makes sense. So we need to move that one over. What I'm saying is, it's convenient that when a band is formed, you can't take the photos out, which means we don't need to concern ourselves with the slots. Ish. There's going to be one problem, but we can deal with that when we get to it. So, I'm just searching. Form bands is what we want here. specifically process band, which disables all the slots and locks all photos in place so that you can't pick them up and they get this beautiful colored border. Right. No, actually I have, because I at least attempt to make it very clear that I actually, like, let's put it this way, I considered your idea of using up band members, but not by killing them, just forcing them into hiding or something like that. But you're not actually executing the thing, you're making a plan, and if you make a bad plan that's not going to work out, Butterfly chastises you and you try again another week. So you only ever start if everything is in order. That's why. There are multiple endings to this game, but not like that, because everybody has a good time. That's the design principle of Hit Idol. We are not Needy Streamer Overload, we are not Darkest Dungeon, our idols do not have stress meters. Everybody has a good time. That's how it goes. So, I think we are going to move this to another function. Move lone idol, we'll call it. This will go right down here. So, there are actually 4 possibilities. First off, is the band set at this point? Yes. Band is set, which means we can say if band get members is an array with 4 entries, that means that the band form is fully used, so we don't need to do anything. Otherwise, we want to find specifically the one empty slot. Oh yeah, good morning, Half. I tried to keep it somewhat straight where everybody's from. You are somewhere within the +1 region, right? Which is Central European Time +1, GMT +2. I think you mentioned at some point that it's currently 1:30 in your time. Oh, -6. Oh, I'm sorry, I got you completely wrong. Oh, you're on the other side of the Atlantic. Gotcha. Yeah, Eastern Shore time. That makes more sense, because... Oh, yep. Yep, makes sense. 6 AM. Good morning indeed. For me, it is 1/2 midday. And fortunately, my body has at this point adapted to not eating lunch until stream is done. So, strictly speaking, it is not morning. But I get what you mean. Anyway, there are 4 possibilities. If there are 3 members in a band, it could be that, let's just visualize this, and this might sound really trivial, but I promise this does matter. The band members could be arranged like so, like so, like so, or like so. And identifying, therefore, who is the lone idol and where they need to be moved. Should eat lunch on stream. No. No, thank you. There are some approaches for how to identify who needs to be moved. Actually, a super easy approach that I'm probably gonna go for is query slot 0 and 1, the top ones. Are you filled? If it's both, if both of them are filled, then we know that it's whichever one isn't filled out of the bottom. Well, in this case, Jade's slot needs to move over. Or rather, Jade needs to move over, the slot needs to stay where it is. That's that. An alternative would be, and I'm kind of feeling this might be more convenient, is we can simply look which slot is open. So in this case, this will be slot number 2, because this directly tells me, okay, I need to move the idol from slot number 3. The last slot, need to move her to the middle of the bottom row. If slot number 1 is open, that would be this, slot index 1. I need to take the one from 0 and move it over here, right? I hope that makes sense so far. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, I'm kind of preferring that, because the other way would be a bunch of ifs and else ifs, whereas this way we get an immediate answer. Am I trying to make them organized? What I'm trying to do is, let's see if we can make this happen. This is how I want 3-person bands to look. In order to make it clear, because I think Grog did this, yeah? He took an idol and tried to put them in this 4th spot. Which I figured removing the visual slot was going to make it obvious enough that you can't put anything in here, but with the space being so conspicuously open, I can't blame him. So I want to move the lone idol over to make it abundantly clear there's no space. You need to first manually dissolve in order to add a new member. Of course, there is also the, well, ish. There is an argument to be made here. There's an argument to be made, which is you could also go the opposite way and allow inserting a 4th idol into a 3-person band, in which case the game would then immediately dissolve that 3-person band and set up like so. But then it would be super unclear what's actually happening. You might think that you're actually inserting the idol into the band, and it is still the same band. Relatedly, by the way, a core mechanic of this game is that you are supposed to constantly dissolve and reshuffle your bands. Every single playtester I have watched is super hesitant to do so. They really want to keep the bands together the way that they are. And I literally can't do anything about that. The game is built on dissolving and reshuffling. So I can't change it at this point. So at this point, I guess we're just gonna have to fight human nature. And if you insist on keeping your bands together, then they're not gonna have a lot of success. But there are a lot of points. There are a lot of points that give you friction, like you very clearly see that Butterfly's popularity gain slows down. Sparkles every time you make a new band between weeks. Well, it's true. I figured there was more fanfare to this, but right now it's just this. This is a bit boring, isn't it? Yeah, we should probably write down add more fanfare to band reform. So allow me to explain. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Like, yeah. Like, add a little debut bonus in the first minigame that they do. Oh, that's clever. Because I would like for there to be more fanfare here. Maybe not, not Vampire Survivors level, but a little bit more fanfare instead of just a scribbling sound. Maybe a little laugh, maybe some sparkles, or I don't know. But yeah, that's actually a pretty clever idea and a super easy one to implement. Let's go to a minigame that we can quickly click through. Exactly one step away. Kiss on any odd beats, like number 1, start or end with step right, so you can end with it, snap twice, and clap in the second half. Cut off quips too. I was thinking on that. I decided against giving idols quips, especially. Oh, by the way, Mr. D-Boy isn't here anymore, but yeah, I moved the dialogue idols closer together. If anything, I might want these to be even closer together, yeah? Though, no, I actually kind of like it. Most dialogue boxes now are going to just about reach the other person. So this creates a nice little circular motion. You read this and then you advance, and now it's, well, you need to come back to here, but you know what I mean? I like the way it's laid out now. Thank you. That's enough dialogue. So, on this screen, this is the most Vampire Survivors that this game gets. Right? We can totally, like, maybe even add a little sound cue. Debut bonus, plus whatever, plus 50% butterflies. Which does mean I need to fit this into my math, but if it's like not even plus 50%, it's like plus 20% butterflies, or like here this would be 17, so plus 17 butterflies, or just debut bonus, yeah. Hey, Half had a really good idea. We're gonna write this down. Add the debut bonus to mini, and the music back on. Minigame stat gains screen in first week up and exists. And what's really cool is this is going to trigger at the start of the game, so you know that it exists. Yeah, that's real clever. Right, what we were doing is the band form. So we need to move the lone idol. Not just if array length, if there are 4. Yeah. I like that. Actually, yeah. This is actually cleverer than you think, Half, because I've had to nerf the requirements for the goals list, because at the very start of the game, we can show this off. At the very start of the game, you get a little goals list, which conveniently so happens. Let's load this save. This will show it off well. It so happens that the goals that are listed here 170 voice, 160 image, and yay many butterflies. It so happens that this is what you are going to need later in the game for your first villain. Except the 80 butterflies, which is hard to read anyway because the 8 in this font is horrible. If I mess with the numbers to give you a debut bonus on your first band, then you can totally reach 100 butterflies at the time that you would have normally gotten 80. So I can unnerve that, and then you will literally have what you need for that villain, because you've been training towards that. Also, looking at it now, the view expands. I'm not sure I love that. For the simple reason that you do want to keep bands together for 5 or 6 weeks at a time. And no, make goals list scribble X weeks until Starfeld Sky Festival. There we are. This little scribble here, this should reference Starfeld Sky Festival. Instead of just X weeks left. Well, X weeks until what? The game doesn't say. But, so, it is intended that for most of the time, well, that specifically during the tutorial, you dissolve and remake bands as the game tells you to. That's intentional. So, actually, yeah, maybe. Man, who are you? Who are so wise? At debut 3 bands? Oh, question mark. I'm not sure I'm sold on that yet, but it's gone on the list, so you can consider that an honor. Because I did notice that people, again, are very hesitant to dissolve bands. Even when the game literally tells you, hey, you have a 4th idol, so dissolve your starting band and put in the 4th one. That's what it tells you, that's what you're intended to do. And you are hindering yourself if you don't, because an idol that isn't in a band and isn't the helper is not progressing. So you should do something with all of your idols. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of space. We can make the goals list a little bigger. Yeah, I like that. I like that. But we need to. Keep progressing on our band focus. So, one more time, we need to find the function find empty slot index, and this is going to be super simple. We just iterate over our slots. If slots I dot is empty, return I. And this is never supposed to not return a value, so I'm thinking on, do we want to throw an error here? Or as opposed to returning -1, which is just not a valid return value. Yeah. Throw no slot was empty. This might seem crazy. This might seem insane to intentionally crash my game rather than gracefully handle it and maybe, but the way that it's currently drawn up, find empty slot index is always supposed to return. So if it doesn't, then something has gone wrong. And I'd rather know about it than try to gracefully handle an invalid value, which in this case would be simple enough. If I get an invalid value back, then I just return out. But if this is -1, then we say return, and that's good. It's invalid, but it's being gracefully handled. But the assumption is currently that an empty slot does exist. So we're going to continue working on that assumption. On the other hand, yeah, that's currently the assumption. You know what? I'm gonna say, as an industry professional, I don't like this code because this is handling an error that's not supposed to happen and that we aren't actually set up to handle, in that if this function is called, there's always supposed to be an empty slot. So there's no point to having error handling code if it only happens if something has gone drastically wrong and we would want to know about it. But on the other hand, there is the argument that that's how it currently is. It is easy for stuff to change and for it to be possible for this function to be called while all slots are filled. Heck, I can just say this. We can always attempt to find an empty slot, and if there isn't one, we return out. However, I'm going to keep the band members check because this explains what we are doing. If there are 4 members, we don't do anything. This does not. Why is it -1? I don't know, who knows? This does not explain what's actually wrong. Anyway, that's something silly to be hung up on. So, now we need to map our empty slot index to the index that we want to grab. And for that, 0 is supposed to become 1, 1 is supposed to become 0, 2 is supposed to become 3, and 3 is supposed to become 2. And I feel like there's a clever mathematical trick to do this. Bugger if I know. But no. Meh. Meh. I think we are just going to go with a switch statement? No. No, 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 no. What we are going to do is, obviously, what everyone expects of me. We're gonna use more abstraction. Function find get lone idle photo, which is going to take our empty slot index. The empty slot index is a type number. And yeah, we need to do this mapping, and frankly, well, there are two approaches. We could make a switch case here. Switch based on empty slot index. Advantage is, this is pretty simple. Return slots 1, get content, and so on. Alternatively, instead of rewriting the same code 4 times, we can go lone idle slots indices is 1032 corresponding to the empty slot indices, and then say, well, var lone idle slot index is this thing. I really wished GameMaker would acknowledge the var that I have declared literally one line up and autocomplete with it, but I guess not. Then we go slots, lone idle slot index, pick the slots at that location and grab its content. There. Lone idle photo is get lone idle photo with the empty slot index. And watch as GameMaker insists that this function takes 0 arguments. It doesn't, that's fundamentally not true, but you do you, GameMaker. Listen, we could be here bashing on GameMaker all day, and I'm here for that. But actually what's happening is GameMaker just doesn't update often enough. Because sure, at the time, there was a point where get lone idle photo took no arguments and returned nothing. As you also see, GameMaker says it evaluates to undefined up there. There was a point where that was true. When I was writing it, it has since then changed, but GameMaker hasn't updated. Also, I need to... Wow, music is real chill. I need to also have a function that is determine lone idle x offset. And this is likewise gonna take the exact same thing. So, a good IDE updates its internal index every time that you make a change, and this might sound insane, but really all that you need to do is if I have created a new variable or a new function or whatever, we need to add it to what GameMaker thinks exists in my project. And if I've changed one, then I need to go to the index entry for that function and go, okay, this has one argument now, or this returns an instance, right? It's really not that difficult. It ain't. So these need to be real boys without the underscore. There we are. Promote the x offsets to actual constants. I should probably promote all of these variables to constants, but lazy. That came through on the microphone, didn't it? Nobody heard that. Delete the VOD. Wait. Right. This function is super easy. Return left slot x plus right slot x divided by 2. Because it doesn't matter. No matter where the empty slot is, we always want to go right here. Okay. Maybe we don't like that function. X offset is that. And then we just go and we say, hey, object photo, did I give you a setX method? Like some kind of Java developer? Yes, I did. I hate it when I prove myself right. Just kidding, I love it. Listen, okay? There's a point to setter methods. In this case there isn't. Though, actually there also is. I know I'm being very clear. What if I would like for this method to do anything more than just set the x coordinate? Well, if I did this like so, dot x equals this, now I have to go hunting through the entire project for every usage of the .x field and decide is it relevant or not. If I have a setX method, now if I want to change it, I can just go in here and change it, and that'll update it everywhere all the time. So adding the context that we are setting X on a photo is immensely helpful. Also, it'll update from one place forever. So, let's see. Yeah? Yes. Okay. Yes. What I need to do still is, after a band is dissolved, on toggle band button clicked calls dissolve band, which destroys the name snaps, it removes that stuff. Enable all slots and unlock all photos. Here we are. Actually, we can move this into the unlock method. The point is, allow me to show you, rather than just having it inside my brain and not letting you partake in my stupid thoughts. First off, this crashes. Why? Well, I know why, but why is it not set? Line 143. Because there's a plural that doesn't belong. There we are. This will work for setting up the band. It should even work during... Oh? Ah! You wanna know where we're going to find Jade? It's gonna be up here. No? Here she is. Right. Oops. I need to set its x coordinate relative to the band form. Not just in total, because that would be bad. X position is that. There. Whoopsie. But that actually already proved something. What it proved is that this works. This works during setup. However, it would appear that these slots are not actually set up the way that I think. Shall we take a look? Let's. Okay, Mr. Bandslot. Yes, you go left, then left top, bottom, right top, bottom. Oops. Okay, we can do that. So, our truth table actually looks like so. If the empty slot is slot 0, that means we want to go to slot 2. If the empty slot is index 1, it means we want to go to slot 3, where the lone idol lives. If it is 2, we want to go to slot 0. And if it is 3, we want to go to 1. And there is actually a beautiful little formula which achieves just this. Do you know it? It is super simple. Well, super simple if you've enjoyed as much time doing math as I have. A little bit of background, Toraka has a computer science degree, and weirdly enough, there were not a lot of computers in that degree. That's a lie, there was a lot of computers. There's not a ton of science. It's actually a lie. It's like, how do computers work down to the lowest levels? Literally, like, one of my courses was how is a computer built at the level of putting metal on silicon? Which is handy knowledge to have. I wouldn't say it's required knowledge, but it is handy. It was a bunch of that, and it was a bunch of math, and then some other stuff that nobody cared about. But we can do our empty slot index plus 2 mod 4. There. Because we always want to go 2 over, but we want to wrap around. Instead of 4, we want to go back to 0. And instead of 5, we want to go back to 1. There. This is, if you wanted to, you could call this a ring. This is a mathematical construct which has a shocking amount of use cases. And basically, what is a ring? Well, it's just doing all your math with a modulus. So if you take the ring with the base 5, then the only numbers that you have are 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 4 plus 3 equals 2. Because you do all your math with a modulus of 5. So 4 plus 3 is 7 in our unbounded math, but 7 modulus 5 is 2. So in that space, that's what it is. And the most useful thing, actually I'll need some visual aid to explain this, right? But here we are. The lone idol is lucky, so she gets moved to the middle. And I think this is already good, because this makes it pretty clear. There's no space in between. There is one problem, which is right here. When we dissolve the band, this isn't critical, but Lucky is actually still in her slot. But you wouldn't know it. because she doesn't get moved back. This is going to be super easy to change. But if we form the band like so, now Jade is in the middle. See? I think I'm going to keep that. I think this is an elegant solution to the problem. Right, there's the school bell. Sit down, boys and girls, it's time for a math lesson. Because what else are we gonna do? Code? I don't think so. In a ring is a beautifully useful tool to teach people that the way we normally do math is just one possible expression of mathematics. Because at the abstract level, what is most specifically, what is subtraction? Subtraction is, well, you have 5 minus 2 means you have 5 things and you take away 2 things. That means you end up with 3 things. But we don't actually need that. You want me to blow your mind? Subtraction is inverse addition. Because what we are asking actually is 5 minus 2 equals x. Hey Clofy, you've picked the best time to come back. It's an impromptu math lesson. What is 5 minus 2? Quick. This is 90% of your grade. When we ask 5 minus 2, what we are actually asking is solve such that 2 plus x equals 5. Right? That's how you can see subtraction. And this we can solve because imagine a system of mathematics at like first class level where all that you have is simple addition. You don't know how to work out subtraction. I mean, I did because I started doing second grade exercises. I was 2 months into my first year of school at the time. Humble, I know. I am the most humble person ever. But this you can solve. You can work out, well, I know the rules of addition, so I can work out what I need to add to 2 in order to end up at 5. You can do the same thing with multiplication and division. As I'm sure, like this is just basic reforming, right? If you have, let's say, 12 by 4 equals x, well, you can reform this to 12 equals x times 4. That is, I hope I haven't lost you all yet. This means division is just inverse multiplication. So if we are in a ring, like base 5 ring, where if you missed it, this is the ring to the base 5, where all your math is done to a modulus of 5. You have a silly question, go ahead. Is the question, how is any of this related to game development? It isn't. But, so in the ring, in this ring, 4 plus 3, which normally would be 7, because we are doing all of this modulo 5, it's actually equal to 2, because 7 mod 5 is 2. Do I know which one is faster to handle for a computer? Times 0.05, something like divide by 2. Okay, there's a smarmy way to answer this, which is it doesn't matter. First off, fundamentally, if you're not doing something a million times, it doesn't matter which is faster. What matters is that it's legible and it's understandable for you. Also, there's something like with peace and love, this is not something that you necessarily need to know about, but you know, there is the compiler. GameMaker, I'm pretty sure, translates its language into C++ first, and then that C++ is compiled. And so it's very possible that x times 0.5 and x divided by 2 both turn into the same thing, because the compiler is really smart. But if you want to specifically divide by 2, are you ready for me to blow your mind? The fastest way to do this is, let's say 8, right shift 1. Because, well, it so happens that dividing by 2 lines up with the binary number format space. So instead of doing actual math, you can just bit shift, which means, okay, you might actually not know what this means. Let's see, the number 8 in binary is 1000. Right shift 1 equals 0100. Oh yeah, okay, you know about bit shifting, cool. I would suspect, because the C compiler is really clever and it's been iterated on a lot, if you actually say divide this by 2, I would bet that what comes out is a right shift, because bit shifting is incredibly fast. As for which, in general, which is faster, dividing by something or timesing by a fraction, usually multiplication, probably. The answer is, it depends. The answer is, there can be no clear answer without profiling. So use the debugger, use the profiler view. Yeah, I understand that this isn't a practical question, but the only point to optimizing is after you have profiled. But the way that it is set up, division is really complicated. Computers they prefer to multiply. But that being said, division is really complicated at a base level, but your computer has something called an arithmetic logic unit inside of it, which does all the calculating, and these days all of them have several dedicated chips amongst them for division, where they can just pretty much feed in any number or any two numbers and the division comes out really fast. So in practice it doesn't matter. But at the basis level, multiplication is faster. Hello Greg. There are also, some crazy chips. Like in the earliest days, we didn't have subtraction as a basic instruction. What we had to do is we had to make the complement number ourselves. Like instead of 2 minus 1, we had to go 2 plus minus 1. And convenient thing about binary is that these are the same thing. Running the addition algorithm with the negative version of a number results in the same thing as subtracting it. Which is why actually, a lot of the time, to this day, CPUs can't subtract. But what they can do is they can make the complement number and then add that, which is super fast. Addition is... no, it's not a direct, but you know. But I'd like to finish this lesson. What really blew my mind is, right? Division is just reverse multiplication. So if we say in the space modulus 5, what is 4 divided by 3? Who knows, really? That question doesn't even make sense. It's a fraction, but we only have whole numbers. What you can do is you can expand the base, right? Instead of saying 4 by 3 mod 5, you can say 4 brackets 4 plus 4 times 5, so 24 for simplicity, 24 by 3. That is a meaningful result, and that equals 8, which mod 5 is 3. Therefore 4 by 3 equals 3 in the modulus 5 space. And there's a proper way to work this out. I think it is. Packing the numerator. What? No, it's the denominator is on top, the numerator is on bottom, right? I don't know. It's not the same words as I'm used to. But basically, when we're saying 4 by 3 is equal to x, we're asking x times 3 equals 4. And you can do this with trial and error. Well, you can multiply 0 times 3 is 0. 1 times 3 is 3. No, 2 times 3 is 6, which is 1 mod 5. 3 times 3 is 9, which is 4. Ah, we found 3 times 3 is 4. I hope I have exploded your minds. This knowledge isn't going to be terribly useful, but thinking of operations not as their distinct things, but as division, as inverse multiplication, that kind of opened my mind to places I had never imagined. Right, let's do a bit of game dev in the time that we have left. And the time that we have left, our doom counter is counting down fast. Anyway, what I want to do still today is I want to make sure that when we unlock, we want the photo to move back to where it's supposed to be. But we're not going to do this in unlock because that doesn't make sense. That's not that method's purpose. Instead, so the photo is inside the slot, so we can just say photo set x to slot get x. Does slot have a getter? Almost certainly not. Bugger. I have saved my work. GameMaker is going to crash. Because I clicked on the X this time to shut it down gracefully. God, I love that bug. Okay, I can't open object slot from the asset search. That's excellent. That's okay. This is here? No. Where is object slot? Ah, it's orange and it's an input, obviously. Yes, this does not have a getX method. I'm gonna add one. Function getX, return X. Listen, don't make fun of me. This makes more sense to me. Okay, what that is going to do is once we unlock the photos as part of dissolving the band, we are going to move the photo back whence it came. So, actually, incidentally, Grog, if you're listening, I did note that you wanted to put a fourth idol into the band in a way that wasn't working. So, just for you, I've made it so that the third idol in a three-person band now moves to the middle to make it more visually clear that you can't do this. What I'm probably also going to do is I'm going to make the dissolve button more prominent, because it is very much blending in right now. But yeah, right? You see? She's in the middle, and now she jumps to her slot in order to open up space for Tiger. Excellent! It's a little bit of an animation, but I think it works. Okay. That is 1 point off of our immensely long to-do list. In fact, let's think. The band form, what does it spawn? It has a toggle band button, which is created by create confirm button. That function is used several times. That's the bad thing. But it's actually fine. But let's have a peek. This is a table confirm button. Cleanest would be for me to split this up into multiple pieces. But so the confirm button actually has multiple states. It has excited, pink, it has disabled, and it has honestly, I'm not sure what to call this. I'm not sure what I called it. Shall we look it up? I think we shall. The band form has a toggle band button. It's just disabled. No. Right, there's actually 3 different states. Disable means it's not visible. Let's track it. Enable it in its excited form and set its label. If there are too few, disable it, hide it, otherwise set its label accordingly. Yes, make neutral. And that is what I think I want to change, because table confirm button has 3 different moods. It has neutral, it has excited, and it has active? This is a bit of a mess, I'll admit. Yes. Uh-huh. Right, but I need to be careful not to break design language here, because I very intentionally made this actually. If we take a look, this here, this is the same kind of button, but it's currently deactivated. It is gray, it is translucent. Clearly, there's something that we need to do in order to activate it. In this case, it's starting in Immortal Laughter. I don't want the dissolve button to look like that, right? I don't want it to look like that, because that would communicate, well, it's not currently clickable. So I need to figure out something else to make this more visible. Ultimately, the neutral sprite is only used here, so I can just, like, I can just make it slightly more highlighted. I can certainly, I think, give it a black border. That would help a lot. Maybe make it slightly grayish on the inside? How are we feeling on that? This would be table confirm button. Is the object. I want to go to table. Table confirm button small. Yeah. Make it clear that it is interactable. Whoopsie. Maybe black outline is just enough already. Though I would like for it to slightly distinguish itself from the background of the white. So how's about we go to like 90 here? Yeah. Maybe it doesn't even need to be full black. We can go like functionally black. Maybe even one step up here. Yeah. Right? Dark outline, clear against the background. But I've actually learned you should be careful utilizing pure black. Not only in literal painting, because black you need like a droplet of black to make your colors darker. As we probably all learned when painting with watercolors, or whatever you learned with, you need much less black or any dark in order to achieve darker tones. It's real powerful. And I've learned something similar to that. That pure black stands out a ton. Which is why we're using these anthracite shades. Similarly, I'm just gonna store both of these colors and make the change on the full size version rather than deleting it, copying it, etc. Can't be bothered doing that. Yes, I didn't click OK, so the colors that I stored weren't saved. How do people work with GameMaker, man? Oops, that is, as a matter of fact, the border color. No, you, there. Right? So I have learned that I've got a certain chic going on in Hit Idol. Yeah, maybe I do want to make the border too thick here. I don't know. We'll look at that. I've got a certain chic going on, which is pastel colored in brief. It is colorful, it is bright. Yeah. I think this can still stand to be a little brighter on the border, but it certainly is more visible now. Maybe I can convince players to press this button ever. It's unfortunate that people don't want to do it when it's a core mechanic, but such is life. But what I want to show off, these concept photos that I made, which are supposed to be photos, pretending like we didn't have full color photography in 2004, these don't actually use black. It might look like it, because the human eye has difficulty distinguishing dark shades, but each of these photos uses white and 4 darkening shades of gray. I used to use black, but I found that it was quite literally like too aggressive. It was too absolute, it was too like stark of a contrast. So I changed all of them that I had at the time to instead be, I've heard it described as anthracite, like the color of a pen, the color of a pencil. One of my games, black color is actually green. Yeah. Right? You don't think about this until you see it in practice. And you wonder, well, even here, I think this might be the one photo where I do use pure black, because it's special as Starfield Sky Festival, but black is a color that demands respect. Likewise, hey, let's see here. I was aware of the dissolve button in the game, just stubborn about it. Yeah. Feels like a button I don't want to press. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, 2 things about that. One, as I've just hinted at, it's supposed to be a core gameplay mechanic that you need to dissolve your bands, because after 6 weeks or so they stop gaining popularity at any reasonable pace. And I'm a little concerned that it's not just you, Grog. A lot of testers are very hesitant to dissolve bands. And I've done my best to ease them into it. And in the end, well, they're gonna have to learn. I know. Like, what's happened is, this was my core idea. I was gonna make a game that comments on how absolutely manufactured hype is, how you're just told you love this new band, and then 2 weeks later, here's a new cool new band, you love this one, because we tell you to. This is actually a reference to the time period of Hit Idol, where Hit Idol takes place in 2004, and that was, if memory serves, when was Crazy Frog a thing? Created in 2003. So Crazy Frog, Michael the Turtle, you know, those kinds of the freaking gummy bear. All of these manufactured hype things that literally had one song that they didn't make, they just made it more annoying, appealing to the youths. The entire game was supposed to be a commentary on that, on how idol pop doesn't so much stand on its own merits as the merits of its marketing. Unfortunately, what that means is you have to keep shuffling and changing your bands, which is something that feels bad. Well, I will take refuge in saying, well. Yeah, make this a lot lighter. I like this shade. Because it is supposed to be something that you don't want to do. Right? It is supposed to be something that you don't want to do. It's sad, you don't want to dissolve the bands, but you gotta. So I'm gonna lean on that as far as artistic merit. Because, well, it's not like I can change it. This is the core mechanic of the game. I can't do anything different. Not at this point. So I just gotta write it out. And in the end, isn't the point of video games not just to be fun and enjoyable, but to give us the full range of emotion and feelings that we are capable of? Yeah, exactly. Discarding a brand is discarding a band, and also then making a new band, which is literally the same idols, but one member is different, or like they've gained one member even. Acting like that's something completely new, that's the joke. That is so on brand for idol pop. I think you need to lean into it more, make it clear your band is losing fans or something. Respectfully, I've thought about that. I've implemented that too. Like, the game makes it clear. Don't worry about that. Like, since the game tells you every time how many butterflies you gain during training, eventually that number is going to be like 2. And then you're going to realize, well, this isn't working. Also, if you go on concert and your band is old enough that the hype has slowed down, Butterfly will point this out in the concert letter. So I am telling you about it. Hopefully it gets across. But I don't want to make you lose fans. At worst, you're going to stall out and not gain fans. But specifically for Starfield Sky Festival, like, right, that would feel actively bad. If you need to be afraid, is the band still fresh enough? Does the hype hold? Or am I wasting my time? Am I literally losing fans if I keep it together? That is stressful. Especially because the hype curve is intentionally hidden. So that's not something that I want you to think about. You might not gain a ton of butterflies, but you're never going to lose fans. Isn't that the message and theme I'm trying to deal with? Kind of. Yes, but I think there's a difference between stalling out and not gaining anything and actively losing fans. Because if you're stalling out, you still have what you had at least. Whereas if you are losing fans actively, you want to avoid doing this at all costs. Even though there are no lasting consequences, as soon as you dissolve the band, those consequences gone. You want to actively avoid losing fans, so you are going to guess when the hype curve is happening, might not even be aware of what the hype curve is, right? So you're going to stress out about it, and that's not a feeling that I want to evoke, in brief. It's valid, but I want this to be a comfy game where there are basically like no wrong answers. Yeah. So I don't want to introduce that kind of stress. Anyway, let's see this one more time with the new colors. Also, depending on how you implement it, well, there is a drag factor. Right, there is a drag factor, but at worst you gain no butterflies. But you never lose them. Comfy and being forced to dissolve a band don't go hand in hand. Yeah. See, that's the point. That's what I'm a little bit struggling with. Can I do anything about that? I mean, sure. Well, okay, let's think from the basis of it. Why do I force it to dissolve bands? Well, to make a statement about manufactured hype. If the game doesn't profit from that, I could toss that and just say, Sure, keep your bands together all that you want. But there's actually a second reason. I want you to continuously reshuffle the bands for the dialogues. Because there's only so many dialogues here. There's You Don't Talk With You. Wait, there's Butterfly and Queen and Crimson have a dialogue. Once those are exhausted, I want you to be used to the idea of dissolving the band and putting something different up. Like swapping Queen out for Tiger to see more of the story. So I see your point, absolutely. But if I want you to experience the story, I can't let you keep the same band together all the time. Your idea with that was to have reasons to have band members leave, get busy with school, injured, trying another club. Well, let me put it this way. I'm certainly gonna think about that. That is valid input. So I'm not gonna dismiss it outright. I am leaning towards not doing that, mostly. It would have to be for like 1 or 2 weeks, and the way that it works, yeah, you can dissolve a band, but you can put them back together. And if you put them back together, they can continue literally as they were. Well, I think we can at least talk about it, and I can give my reasons for why I don't want to do it. At the same time, then feeling out why I don't want to do it, if my reasoning is correct, right? So it would have to be for like 1 or 2 weeks, because the game is only 42 weeks long. So if each band member wants a leave of absence, that's 8 weeks if they're gone for just a week. Also, I need to account for that. Like, just at the base level, this would be a bit scope creepy. Also, how I feel players would respond to it is, okay, Elf's not here. Alright, well, continue as you were, I guess, or like, put in Tiger. Okay, next week, Elf is back. Put her back in. Keep going with our star band. Right? Basically how we play XCOM. At least I do my best in modern XCOM games to have a selection of soldiers, but like we all have a star squad, right? Who can just take care of everything. And if someone gets injured, then you swap in a random rookie who mostly gets to go along. Right. So it would have to be for longer, and then there just isn't time. And it's also a bit of a random feel bad, right? Sure, it's justified, it's in universe, but like if you've built someone up for a specific mission and then the game tells you, well, they're gone, they're gonna come back, maybe. Yeah. I feel like the game's better as it is. But valid input. Right. As things stand. So, to that end, actually, I was on the exact right scene. I think I'm gonna keep the dissolve button the way that it is. It is intentionally dark and grey. Yeah, it's certainly something that I would want to think about more. Help you do it. How to make it easier to dissolve. And also to approach this not from the standpoint we have to dissolve the band, but we should. It's okay. It's not a bad thing. Because those are two different standpoints, and if I'm basically yelling at you, get them dissolved already, try something new, then I'm forcing you through the bad feelings, and that's not what I want to do. Whereas, if we ease you into it, if we make it clear that this is not a bad thing, that's much better. It might be to give the idols some quips, but I need to think on this, so we're not gonna solve this right now. But I do like the dissolve button being dark. I like it now having more contrast, for what that's worth, because the game also has a very intentional color scheme. The idols are colorful, the happy times are pink, and now, well, maybe it starts with that, yeah? Maybe we're starting from the... it's not a good thing to feed the hype train. For you it kind of is. Like, that's just the way the industry is. And I think just highlighting that this is the way that it is, that you've, like, during the ending credits scroll, if I show you a dozen bands that you've gone through, I think that's gonna be efficient enough. Also, well, enjoying the game is more important than the message. Yeah, exactly. The game has happy high school club feel, and I think I want to lean into that. So, I think fixing the dissonance starts right here, because the button is intentionally gray and sad, and it's like dissolve ... Even the very word dissolve, it was intentionally chosen to have bad connotations. So yeah, obviously it feels bad to dissolve a band, because I've made it feel bad. Imagine if this was different, if the button is like maybe not pink, but it's some other color, like it doesn't communicate being bad, but just that this is a part, this is a natural part of band life, as it was. So imagine this is colorful and it uses some different words. Maybe it also uses an exclamation point to really drive home this isn't a sad thing, this is just something that you do. And the idols don't mind. Then I'm not gonna press it. In which case do you mean? Like if it's like this? Or if I tell you to press the button and you don't want to because it feels bad? I think that's exactly the core of the issue. How do we make it not feel bad to press the button? This, I think, starts with the design language of the button. Making it clear that you're not supposed to feel bad. Huh. Something we're thinking about. Anyway, right. Well, I think we've made a lot of progress. We haven't written a lot of code this past hour, but this has been very valuable. Just talking through it. After all, making the code once you know what to make is easy. And as I touched upon briefly, the game has this design language where what is related to the idols is cute and colorful and bright, except for Queen, but you know. Her favorite color is dark, don't worry about it. Everything related to them is a splotch of color in an otherwise boring life of brown and white and grays. That's intentional. This, on the target list, sorry, the villains list, all of the villains are dark grayish tones, and making progress, achieving your villains, puts don't worry about it, this is a little bit further in the game. I think you were pretty close, this is in like week 9. But it was fair, like, if the player quits before they get to the big plot hook, then that is partly my fault, isn't it? One of the things I've actually done is I have made the beginning slightly faster. I've made the beginning slightly faster such that just simply more happens until the big plot hook. I think at the end of the demo, when the big plot hook has happened, at that point I've either got you or I don't. But until then, I should keep the tempo up. So what I've done specifically is, it used to be there were 2 weeks between unlocking concerts and recruiting your 5th idol. Now there's just 1 week of nothing, which I think is also important, because otherwise it would just be beat for beat for beat for beat for beat for beat 6 weeks in a row. I think after you unlock concerts, it is good to have 1 week where nothing much happens. You can experiment with concerts, you can do your training, and you also know, well, not in this save, because in this save I have every idol, but you also know that before too long you're going to get a 5th idol. In fact, you're going to get them next week, so that is something to look forward to. But this, the idol dex tells you about it. So don't feel bad that you simplistically put got bored of my demo. That's not the player's fault, that is my fault. Or specifically, if the player doesn't understand something, it's intuitive to blame them because you put in text to explain it, but yeah, if the player doesn't understand something, that's on the designer. Anyway, let me show you one more thing, which is, this harkens back to the conversation of black. Butterfly has dark hair, right? Dark brownish. It is actually neither of those things. If we look at it, this lass, she's got literal pink hair. It's just a very dark pink. I think this is where I got... No, her background pink isn't exactly the same, but it's pretty close to the shade of pink that I use everywhere else in the game. Maybe I want to equate that, right? Huh. Anyway. Thank you all for hanging out. The Doom timer has been ticked down for an hour, so oopsie, we've been having a lot of ads and pre-rolls. Oops. Thank you all so much for watching, chatting, hanging out. It is time for me to hop off. Let's see. Where might we rate today? Flames is on. That's maybe. A lot of people who stream Game Maker don't tag it. I actually found a Game Maker streamer earlier, but they're no longer on, so that sucks. Yeah, why not? Oh, Flames is actually coding. Excellent. Because, well, this is me maybe, but I think that coding streams are more interesting, or no, sorry, I'm saying this the wrong way. Coding has an easier time holding my attention than art, which is also why I try to do art off stream, because also I just don't have anything interesting to say during art, and I kind of need to concentrate. But that all aside, what? Oh. Flames' name is very difficult to type. There we are. Let's have ourselves a little raid on Flames. Check in on their god game. As for me, I will be live tomorrow, 9 AM Central European Time, exactly 5 hours before now, every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Doing more of whatever this is. We've actually made some good progress. That's no lie. We are working down our to-do list here. I'm gonna change this to make it not feel bad to dissolve bands. Change dissolve button look. ... This is something that I really need to think on. The list is long, but most of it is pretty simple. But the point is, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you all so much for watching and hanging out. I'll be live tomorrow. See you whenever is convenient to you, and goodbye.